Okay, so let's keep going with this one, and we're on a bit of a streak. But what's interesting with this is that's part of the reason why it's good to do this whole, why I like to do this whole permadeath piece round robin and everything like that, where you'll have these crazy streaks, but some of them are like, so unlikely. So if you went 120 in a row or something with this, it'd be like, oh, you escaped with the draw here, or you won by timeout here, even though you were losing, right? Like he has a queen and everything like that. So those will be part of the story that you tell. Like, wow, I won 20 in a row, but some of them were super, fluky and crazy, and that's what it took to get there. So we're trying to work our way back to 16. And again, if we just learn the level of focus that I'm looking for, then I don't mind even eventually studying. But we keep doing something where I have lapses or I just like am not paying attention at all. So it's like advertising for a website or something. We go ahead, we pin it down. Then it raises the big question though. See, like you don't even want to do that though. But then again, I don't know. You want to develop, but you want to get this diagonal, and that's been probably pretty worthwhile to do. This stops the pin, which he's not even trying to necessarily do. This move would be a little bit annoying because then you can't do this, or now I'm not even sure like what to make of that. He would take, I would take, he would take. It always feels like you have to take, but then it's also not good to take either. Oh my god, these ads, bro. Oh my god. Is either in the middle of a video that an ad will randomly play, like you're just listening to a song, or it'll be in the middle of a. You could even do like this, because if he takes, I take, and it's covered, but it's like an awkward structure. So here, like even whatever happens, if I take, right, it's still fine because what's the worst case? The queen trade will occur, and then you can just move that. So it's not as good as maybe what he thought it would be. This is still pretty bad for me, but sometimes you just have to deal with that too. Like it's not the end of the world too. Okay, that's not what I was expecting him to do. But these pawns aren't like bad. That's the thing. This seems bad for now, but you're always expecting to move that pawn, but it might still become difficult to do that. Right, like you obviously don't want to keep that there. You obviously don't even want it at all. You would just love to trade it, but it's like, okay, he would take, I would take, he would still take. This is where I also get lazy because it's like, it doesn't matter right now, though. That's the thing. There could be some sort of instructive sequence with this, like if he takes, but then I still can't take. This is a typical position that I'll mess up because I'm just lazy and I want to trade or do something stupid. Yeah, you need a cover for that. Let's look at what else is happening. That's kind of a good thing for him as well. So he's created a very unbelievable situation here. And so you're hanging that and you're hanging this. And it's just that simple, you know what I mean? So obviously my whole fundamental way of doing this is wrong. This is the part of chess that just isn't fun because, but it is still my fault. But like, it doesn't make sense sometimes because like you're not doing anything really. You're not trying to do anything. You're just literally, trying to get through the opening. Like, let me just do that and then we'll see what happens. But it just doesn't work. He can give another check with this. He can basically just probably do whatever he wants. Okay, I'll just go till I lose with this set. So if it's this game, I'm not even gonna do this right now. It makes no sense, man. Just study openings and then you'll be fine, I guess. It's so boring, dude. So now the whole thing you want to avoid is you want to avoid the capability to let him check with the knight there and do like a fork or something. Here we go. Here we go, man. I give up. It's just so fucking stupid. No, I mean, this guy's good. I mean, he's just good. Everything amazing. Within a minute, within just the opening, just forget it, man. He's out. Like, doesn't this seem like this guy? Oh, he's a grandmaster that he's playing this well out of the opening. Like, what did I do that was so crazy? Like, we're just trading pawns. We're not doing anything. I'm not trying to attack him. I'm not trying to do anything. Nothing. Like, how much more just normal of a game can you have? Yeah, little minor double stack is not good, stuff like that. But, like, nothing was happening there, and it turns into this. Like, it makes no sense how it does that. It's so idiotic. You could still maybe mess it up. Like, if he tries to move the knight, we get a back rank sort of a scenario. But the thing you have to be able to do here is you have to actually be able to threaten something. And the reason why you have to be able to threaten something is because if you do that, then he would take and then I can't take. So let's go like this. And the reason why you'd go like this is because you're not only covering this, you could just check and take it out. This is what I should start doing. Like, just stop playing when you lose one in a session. Like, just don't even bother, man. Don't even bother. I don't know what it is, man. I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I don't care. What is it that is happening there? This is why, like, I play safe and defensive, but even that's not enough. You just can't get through the opening. You cannot even get through it to just try to do something. And then even if I lose there, that's fine. But you won't even let me do that much. Like, it makes literally zero sense. Negative sense. I don't know. Try to go for some sort of back rank stupid idea because he didn't open his other rook, but he can easily just do whatever he wants. But so that is what it looks like to actually lose in the opening to a 1500 player, where it's just it doesn't actually process in my brain like how that makes any sense at all. It really makes none. He'd have to not only hang the piece, but hang a back rank too. He could just use this opportunity to develop the thing. Like, I don't know what's instructive there. Like, just learn openings. Like, cool, dude. I mean, normally I would like that, but... Oh, yeah, I wonder if I should take the queen. I wonder if I should take the queen. Wow. Okay. I guess I should still keep going, though, in case of a stalemate or something stupid, but... I don't know. But no, there was some sort of vague back rank possibility if he had just moved the knight or something. I mean, at some point, you just got to give these players credit. Like, I guess he's just that good. I mean, it seems incomprehensible to me, but he just either knows that opening or I just did something that bad. But that's really the weird feeling with it. Is it feels like you can do nothing. It's not you didn't do anything good, you didn't do anything bad. You didn't do anything. You did nothing. It's completely a non-interactive experience. You're literally just like, let me just get these pieces out there and just just castle, just something basic, simple. I'm not trying to win the game. I'm not trying to, you're not putting yourself at risk. You're not trying to do anything. and yet you still have that happen. Like I haven't been analyzing these games, but I will actually look at that and try to just comprehend, like, what did we just witness? Because I don't get it. I just don't understand it. It's not going to be a stalemate. Just take it. There's no. It'd be hard to almost stalemate. All you have to do is like this, this, this. You go here. I take. Yeah, now the knights might actually fuck it up and create a stalemate because that's all they're good for. You didn't have to do anything. They're just like, whatever, dude. Now that was almost a stalemate, but this will just be a mate. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I will do another one, but I want to look at that one and try to comprehend what it is that just happened. We get to see the piece set like one last time in the analysis. Like I won't change it till after that. We were on a decent little streak there too, but I mean, it's just something that you can't really ever enjoy. Like even if you do learn them, so what? Like you're negating an element that is just not. There's nothing to it. Like you just memorize them and then that's it. Like there's nothing to it. Just memorize them. That's literally how it works. I mean, there's 0% debate on that subject. Like it's just a fact. You are supposed to take. So what happens here? You're supposed to castle there. Just castle. Now, why didn't I want to castle? What did I do instead? Or maybe I did. Even this is fine. So where does it go wrong? That was actually the correct thing to do too. This is a blunder. Now, why is this a blunder? What specifically did it open up? It opens up the ability to attack this and attack this, which is reasonably not that easy to see, but I mean, you should be able to see it. So you don't want to give up a cover on either one of these because then you lose one or the other, and it's more than just, oh no, you lose a pawn, right? So that blunder is pretty big, and that pretty much is it. So I don't know, like that's just not the easiest thing to see, I guess, but it shouldn't be that hard either. Let's go ahead, switch to the next theme. I keep doing that one instead. Go to this one. We're gonna run out of these, but like I said, I'll use some random pictures then, or I'll do like some kind of a chess world and newspaper board. So let's see. That was chess world pieces, classic only matchmaking. I don't know what that means. Oh, like these were the modes that it originally had or something? This is a board, this coordinates, custom brown what? I assume a board. This is like Meridia pieces or something, which I feel like we've already used somehow here, but some of them end up repeating a little bit, but that's fine. We'll do that one, and then it was like the chessboard, newspaper. I like when they're all clumped up together like this, though. So ocean is there, and you know it's working because obviously you're on the purple board, so it couldn't be confusing it with the one that you're already using. So we got Meridia, ocean, and whatever this background is. So let's go ahead and try again. It's unlikely that such an opening is going to occur again, but I guess I should just put more thought into it. I mean, that's my trademark in classical games, that I'll sit there in the opening for like 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'll be fine because, you know, that's all it takes. Just, you know, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. You know, that's one fallacy maybe that I practice is that, oh, you know, like trading is being aggressive, but it's really not. I do it more so being defensive because, okay, so you got to watch something with this. You are double attacking here, but again, this is where you create a problem, but there's nowhere the knight can go that would actually be good, but still, probably that's fine. Often the best move with the queen once it's out in the opening is just to go back, right, to where it starts. Don't try to keep it too active or anything like that. I don't believe in ad block, but man, some of these are just fucking annoying. just... Or I love these when you randomly see that, oh, you've played them before, too. Now, that doesn't seem like a particularly good move. You could even go to, like, here, but he could block it with the thing. Where, see, like, I don't know. Where would you want the bishop to go? You want it to go here, but it's not really going to work. I don't know. You almost have to do this, but then you still, like, there's this fucking little jigsaw element to it where it's like, oh, if you move one thing, something else gets taken. Like, I don't know. Oh, here. But no, I've made my own sort of thing look bad with respect to... There's so much you can do still without needing to study, but then I also am lazy, so you can't have it both ways. You can be lazy but then study, or you can whatever. You can not study but not be lazy, or you can be lazy but not study, or whatever. You can study and be lazy because that makes up for it, or you can not study, but then you at least have to think a little bit about what you're doing. So this is gonna be, if he takes, like, I don't know what all this is supposed to be doing. Like, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter what he's doing. He attacks into there, which I don't even still necessarily have to worry about. So now here you would have the ability to really not do much at all, unfortunately. That's my whole trademark in openings and stuff too, is like I don't even try to do anything most of the time, but let's say you should try to go here because I can't figure out how this bishop is going to be effective in any way. So you can move this somewhere, and then you got to watch out for that. I'm just not seeing it. Like, I theoretically could do it, but it's just too much, so don't even worry about it. Which is a big predicate of trading for me, is like, just don't even... You don't want to think too much, and so you just don't even worry about it. Because so many things you do are just fruitless. Like, you'll go through all this effort, and oh, what's the result? Oh, you get a draw. Or, oh, you know what I mean? You don't even really get to do anything. You get nothing out of it. You just kind of... So you got this, very cute, but nothing else opened up as a result of the knight doing that, so... Why don't we just put it here and figure it out later, because... Alright. I'll go till this one loses then, which is probably this one, so I give up. You know, at least that I can't be upset about, because, like, that's just me not doing anything. Like, you could have just gone back, I guess, like... You know, back and forth movement is not to be underestimated in chess. In fact, it's objectively usually the best thing to do, and this repetitious nature that ends in a draw, it's really the nature of the game, not, oh, with a high level, this and that, because at the high level and various other things, does not necessarily lead to a draw every time like that. Or the vast majority of the time. You can still come back in here, but my lack of interest is so strong. Like, I don't think I really have any desire to do this anymore. So either you got to make it... It's interesting that even is a dynamic. Like, in order to keep yourself interested, you should study to sort of subvert the game and bypass it and, like, kind of make it easier for yourself. But that makes the least amount of sense ever. Why would you say that studying it would make it more interesting? It's more like it just helps to tolerate some of its flaws or overcompensate for them, like, or some of your own flaws, sure, but it's just sort of, again, what I call fake elitist thing, where you're not really proving anything by doing it, because then, you know, the studying and the amount of time you put in explains it. It's like, even anywhere I get with it now doesn't feel meaningful at all, because it would only because, oh, I played this much, or, oh, because I you know, either play this much or study. So that would explain anything that you do with it to an extent. Yeah, but that's the one part that really I would never be able to overcome, is just the laziness. Like, I just can't. bring myself to care enough to do it. Whatever your potential is, you'll never even know because you don't care enough. Even if I win now, like what is the point in doing this? You know, the last one losing the opening, this is exactly how it goes, so I don't care. So you go there, I don't see what it does. I don't care to look what it does. It doesn't matter what it does, just forget about it. It really doesn't do anything because it is the shitty fucking knight that we're talking about, but and also this is how you know a player doesn't know what they're doing, that they're moving the knight too much. When people say, "Oh, don't move the same piece," but especially don't move the knight too much in the opening or whatever over and over because it's a piece that's at its best when it's stationary, which is unironically true, right? You create like an octopus knight type position. You know, maybe he'll somehow let me do that, but I doubt it. That would almost have to be what I go for here. Not like the knight was doing anything anyway. To make him think I'm doing something else and then end up doing this or end up doing... Even this is like a fork in a manner of speaking. But it's not really good enough. It's just a trade that normally would be fine. I wonder how many people really play like that. It doesn't really feel like a lot of people do. So now you're setting up for the royal fork, and he might be so fixated on whatever dinky threat he's doing that it would be fine. Or again, it's still a strong knight position, but the problem is you're relying on the rook, and you can try to push it out. This is like the natural response. Try to push it out like this, and then I'll fucking royal fork you. But you just shouldn't expect these things to really work. But this is what I need to because otherwise I have no chance against these people. They're just too good or too focused or something. I don't know what it is that I have no interest when I enter into something. I just have no interest. Negative interest. Like I'm really doing it just sort of as a joke or as a troll or something's missing. So I don't know what it is. So this is all pretty much fine. Let's see if we can't find something else that we can do. This is still not a bad position for it. He can try to push it out. Let's see. Kind of tough because I can't figure out anything to do with this position at all. Like I'm just stuck. You create a double stack on there. I don't know what his possible moves are. So one of those kind of weird claustrophobic positions almost. I don't see really much that he can do, but yeah, like that's why hanging pieces is so almost an out for the game, that it shows you like it's just like that element doesn't mean anything because it's like anybody can just see it. So that's a little bit different. I don't know, like if you just had time or if you just took your time, that's why that part doesn't mean anything to me really. Why does it feel like I can't go anywhere when I just thought I could go somewhere? And go here. Oh no. He could take here. I guess I don't mind that, but I swear I thought I could go somewhere else that would be safe too. So he can take. That's not really a big deal. He's not doing really too much with this knight threat. He would take, I would take. We'd be setting up for, winning like a pawn or something maybe. You go here. Yeah, you could unironically win a pawn, but this just doesn't seem like the time to do it. Right, you trade the pawn, you'd get the queen trade, and then he has the dinky knight as an advantage. I mean, I guess I'll do it, but you would have had a better chance. You would have had a better chance just doing something else because this isn't going to happen. Or I guess you win another one now, unless he has something up his sleeve. I didn't think this far ahead, by which I mean like literally one fucking move. Okay, so now that makes it worth it because now you're only minus one pawn. And the Dinky Knight definitely has its limits with what it can do here. In fact, it's really doing nothing at all besides causing trouble for him. He's almost trapped in there too, arguably. Like, he is actually trapped. Never count out the knight's ability to fuck things up. He wouldn't have been trapped though if he had just went back. Yeah, he's actually trapped, and there's nothing the rooks can do to come in either. So he might try to distract me with like a pawn or something, but anywhere you go with the knight, like look at this, dude. Look at this. This is why you don't resign, right? Because I don't know what to tell you, bro. So all you have to do is not go to a spot that is going to be, you know, somehow, yeah, just let him do it. I don't care. Let him do it. He would take, I would take. It doesn't do anything for him. I could even take with this if he takes this one. If he takes this one, I take. Even if it fucks up the pawns a little bit, it doesn't matter really. Or you can take that one. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't even worry about it. Okay, we gotta focus a little bit now, which I'm sure I can't count on myself to do. Just don't let him give too many checks would be the goal, and I obviously can't stop that from happening. You should be able to take this one now, guaranteed no matter what, because this other rook can't come in to the party. So now we get to take this one, and then I can just sort of spam check. But I'm also kind of forcing a trade that he has to take, so now I don't really feel threatened. So at least after all that, it should be a draw. So you get to the same conclusion. Both players are good, so it's a draw. Both players are bad, so it's a draw because we both fuck up, and then our fuck ups equalize each other out, right? Like you shouldn't win here, you shouldn't lose here, and there's always this tendency like, oh, I'm trying to play for something, but you know, there's nothing there to play for, so you may as well just take it. So if something happens now, it's purely just stupid or it's time or something like that. The temptation is like to push that, I suppose, but if he gives a check, it's okay. We just keep going back and forth. So see, I should at least feel happy to escape with a draw. If I would take, he would take. I don't know, like there's nothing you can do here, and there's nothing you should even try to do here. I guess I'm +1, so I should try to do something, but in before it causes me to lose instead. And this is always my tendency. Like, I'm not going to do it. After what we've been through in this game, it's like, why even do this, you know? Why even bother? Like, you know how the game of chess works, so why would you pretend to try to make it something more fun or interesting or exciting or anything? It's just purely fucking stale, repetitive garbage. But at least there we had some notion that we could I don't know, it's just not gonna do anything for you. Okay, let the fucking little mobile hotspot struggle to load the Stockfish thing. Free website, I guess that's the only, yeah, they gained 2, so I mean, good for them. But at least we still escaped though, because we took advantage of the shitty knight. But yeah, this laziness element is the real lesson to learn. Don't study theory, study this point, or practice, like, you know, actually putting forth some amount of effort. Like, how did I lose my lead there? Right, once I got it. That's the real question. How did I lose my lead? That's a blunder. So instead you should go here. You keep putting pressure. And again, that's a move that makes perfect sense and that anybody should be able to see. right? Because there's only a finite number of things you can do. By simply double attacking this, well, no, I mean, you could move it, but then I guess you're going to give a whole bunch of checks here, and it'll end up actually being a mate. So you can't stop me from doing that, otherwise it would just take for free. So let me do like one more. So we lost the one before that, and then we won this one. And again, both of these were for clown reasons, right? Like this, I don't even remember. We lose that like in the opening, right? And then we're almost losing this one in the opening, like I hang a piece, so... Yeah. So it's 1657, which doesn't scare me at all, but I think I scare myself with how I've been playing. Objectively solved opening, objectively, best thing to do, so why even think about it? You want to go here to stop them from doing anything. I would love to have done this, but then you're allowing the pin, so I just can't let it happen. He's going to open that, but arguably that's the wrong way to open it. Like, that's where I just don't see, like, why wouldn't people get bored, even and especially maybe better players? Like, it becomes so repetitive, like, why even bother? Now, there are aspects to the game that wouldn't be, but it's like you have to, you have to work through that so much that is it even really worth it? Becomes sort of the thought process. Sometimes I'm too eager to take these kind of things, but I guess it should be fine, maybe. Really, oh no, that gives them 2 center pawns, but like, who really cares? Because it doesn't matter. To go here, the piece here that doesn't make sense to me is the light square bishop. I don't really get what it's doing, where it's trying to go. Just get this out of the way. That shouldn't pose any additional problem, I don't think. This is covered. Let's see what he's going to do. At least now we're relatively comfortable. Like, we've gotten through the opening, and so everything is fine. If we move this now, we're double attacking that. I don't see where his knight's even going. He's just trying to develop himself. It's not a good spot for it to be, but it's worth it for the double attack. And he's so cocksure of what he's doing that... Wait. No, it doesn't work, though, because he would take... I would take, then he would take, I would take, he would still take. So why did I think that would work anyway? Because... I don't know. I don't get what I'm doing. You want to do something with this almost, but I can't figure out how. Right, like you want to go here almost. So let him take there. I don't see what is the big deal if he does that. Right, just go take... So you didn't have enough to take that no matter what. Even with him blocking his own cover, you still don't have it. Well, you would, but if you took back, then he could take there. At least, like, we survive effectively the opening. Like, he didn't do anything too crazy in there. Maybe because he's black, but still. You sit here and you try to figure out something. So he goes here. The knight is still there sitting. So what you can do now is you can basically try to... I almost wanted to do this. And the reason why, but it doesn't have a cover... Seems like a natural move that you would make, but I don't really understand it either. And of course, it's going to get to the point where this is just stupid too, but... His Arc Diagonal isn't active for now. We would have to double attack that at some point. He goes to there, so now I can't do it. It's like he is actually paying attention, and he actually knows what I'm doing a little bit. It's just like nothing that's ever going to happen here, man. You can always do this if you feel like, you have to cover there on account of that, so... This doesn't do anything. We really got to get the light square bishop involved there, but the act of doing this might create some problem because then he goes up to... I don't know. He raises it. He seems like he's so sure of what he's doing that no matter what I do, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. Right? And the main point is we just want to trade at least one piece because this doesn't have much value to it at least. Like if he raises, I would take, he would take, I would take. Okay, just take. Just take. Now the queen gets to this nasty spot here that could be pretty good. Right, so you're sort of giving him the initiative that you maybe shouldn't do to do that. So now all he has to do is bring like a knight into there and he'll be fine. So if he raises, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, doesn't really matter. You want to stop this square from being affected, but I can't figure out how to actually do that. Or you could always go like this, but that creates its own complications potentially. Interesting. Very interesting position that I can do really nothing about. I mean, let's bait the move that he would push the pawn, but you would think maybe he wouldn't do it because like I can escape it and do this. Then even if he does this, I can still take it. This seems like an advanced level move. No, but then he'll do something else stupid, like he'll pin it down and then it's not covered and it's fucking stupid. He'll pin it down, then he would take, I would take, he would still take, right? So even when it seems like maybe you have some idea there, right? Like if you basically, I would take it, he would pin it. Now he's double attacking it. And then I can either move it, but I guess I could just cover it. But it's going to cause some kind of other problem, I bet, because then you're pinning the queen. He could do something with that. Like, it's just not probably something that's going to work out, but this should be okay at least. You get rid of that. He brings in the knight. And then you might be able to take here. But then he'll pin like that. If you do this, okay, he attacks with the bishop, right? But then I would just take the queen. That actually should make a certain amount of sense because you don't want to allow anything to get pinned, and you're also escaping with the queen, and you're also posing like potentially a mate. So you have to just kind of address this. So the trade probably should happen, right? Look how much more time I've used than him to try to even do that little minor thing that's still going to lead to a draw. Like as competitive as chess is, or people say, oh, chess players are competitive, this and that, you would think they'd want to win more and hate the idea of drawing, but it's just, you go through all that just to draw, like everything, 90-minute classical experience, this and that. So now the whole thing here is you get to, I can't really decide which would be better there, a knight or the other thing, or the bishop. Because see, anything you do here, I don't like the idea of letting that get pinned, so I almost want to do this. Even if all I do is just go back, this somehow still seems to make a bit more sense. The rooks are connected, everything is covered. Just focus all the way through here. I would love to do a trade. I don't see a reason not to do a trade, but I guess the reason potentially not to do it is the simple fact that even if all you do is go back, that's fine. I don't want him to go there and keep dicking us around, but... Or no, you have a good reason to do it, but you don't. If I take, then I could take, but he'll take with this. But I guess if he does, that's still awkward for him, right? He has to take with, if he takes with the rook, I take there. So he fucked up. Now he'll trap it in there. Fuck me. He'll trap it in there because anytime you think you have something, you really don't. You take, but then he goes like that. And then I don't know what happens. It's so fucking stupid, this game, dude. Okay. We could trade again, but then I'm not so sure what's happening. So now don't do like an overly aggressive bait for a trade. Right, let's just get back out of there. There's nothing I'm doing from there. The point being that his bishop is there, so it's fine. He's probably going to go there, would be my assumption. So let's actually do this first. Right, because he's going to try to attack the pawn or something like that. So he goes into there, so what does that do? It allows him to basically do nothing at all. He can try to take this. So you got to move the knight itself. Now, I don't like where this leaves my bishop stranded. And so I got to figure out, like, oh, this is an octopus knight, but it's really not because... whatever. It's fine. Like, we at least have a plan for it. So to keep double checking all his pieces, I'm using all the time that I have in the world. He's stopping that from being attacked, which is cute, but at this stage it almost doesn't matter. Right, I don't see what that really changes still. So this can sit here as long as it wants. No new threats are introduced, so all I have to do is keep this somewhere safe and comfortable. This pawn is going to be hard for me to cover, but I guess it's also a little bit hard for him to target. I'd be willing to trade. I mean, I'd be willing, certainly, and not... Wait, don't I have more than him? Or whatever, just trade everything. I don't fucking care. He takes. Just get to an endgame, get to a draw. Like, I don't see how that benefited him necessarily in any way. Do I feel more comfortable here with the +1 pawn? Because I'm not going to know necessarily how to play this either still. No, let's see what he comes up with though first. There's no reason to force the trade there. Like, we're threatening a back rank, so he has to go back, and then we can threaten this, and then... I'm not only +1 pawn, but I'm also, like, maybe in a slightly better position overall. We can always go back and cover my pawn here or there, right? Because... But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. He's in a dire straits because he can't even do that, right? He can't even do it because now the one problem that I run into here is the fact that you're basically in a position where I don't know how to cover the pawns on the other side necessarily, right? That's the problem that I have. And then this sort of comes down to memorization and stuff as well. Like, there's got to be a way that you can cover all of these together, and I just don't know what that way is. You got to see, like, how does this rook come in here to actually do something? And the answer is I have no idea. What you can do is you can basically move this a little bit here. He's not using his rook at all, so I'm a little bit confused, like, what's happening? You got to stop him from, like, coming down to there or something. That's basically all. Or again, like, the king being there is so good because the rook can't come in at all, basically. I'm letting his king come in too far, really, is the problem. And so now... I'm a little bit low on time. This is going to be a bad move. But if he takes, I get a pass pawn. If he doesn't take, it's still fine. I would take, he would take, I would cover. Now it's going to come down to time and an endgame that should have been a draw. That's the reason why I should have traded the rook. Now I finally realize. Just because I'm too low on time, so you're going to have trouble with that idea. Now you just go full on reckless abandon, try to do this. Now you're covering the anchor there. This is why that rook position is actually good. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that there's nothing he can even still do about it. And so now you get to basically, you know, do whatever you want to an extent. You got to bring the thing in there. I don't know how he's really going to target that. He can't really afford to leave it per se. But even if he catches this one, I should catch this one. And then we kind of just switcheroo the whole thing, right? Switcheroo the whole thing. And I can't click. Now you should be pretty much fine to go the whole way because he can't even do anything. He just can't even come inside, or he kind of can, but by the time you do, you should be good to go here. So 25 seconds left, so that difference of 5 minutes really could make the difference, but I don't know exactly how to still do this. If I go there, or whatever he does, I can still move it, so it's like, you would think he's going to have to move something else eventually. Right, he's going to have to move something else. Even if I have to make an undesirable move there, at some point he's going to have to move the king, right? It's not going to matter. He'll have to move the king I'll promote before this shit happens. My main problem here is just time that I have to contend with. Right, if I go here, he moves it, I move it. I don't even have to take it or indulge anything. Come on, 19 seconds left. We gotta focus still. He's gonna somehow still fucking promote one of these or do something crazy, dude. I bet. Go to there. He takes, I take, and then he can't do anything. So it's objectively... Or is it gonna be like a stalemate somehow? Is it gonna be... Wait a second. If he goes there, then I can't move. So it's actually a stalemate. It's a stalemate for me, not for him. Wait, why would he do that, though? It was a stalemate. It was a stalemate. Yeah, it's a stalemate for me, not for him. Okay. Look, dude, look. I can accept when this game is just not for me, because if that's... Okay. Like, this is what happened. Like, we had another game like that, too, where, like, I'm +4. Like, oh, just study endgames. I mean, I guess you should, but... It's just no fun. Like, these elements are just stupid. Like, you've done enough there. Like, what more do you want? Like, who cares? And I still don't lose, so it's okay. Like, why should I care? I should be happy with draws. Like, so it was a draw the whole time. In fact, I'm losing. Wait, what? Oh, because of that. So that's a blunder. So what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to just move the pawn. Like, how are you supposed to know this? I guess if I had a little more time, I could maybe think about it, but what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is all this? Why do you have to do any of this? Whatever. Okay, so here I'm using a little different setup than normal. My other computer, my main one that I actually stream on, but I don't know what, because my other one's doing something for a little bit, so I don't know actually what set we were on, so I'm going to go back to the ones that were on the site, right? So we would continue whatever we were on, because we had drawn it, so we had been doing this set, so whatever, like, we had done the ones on the base site rather than the ones in my add-on, so I'll go back to those just for this little segment here, and so it would be whatever one is after this, I think, because we had lost with that one. And then the theme, I guess, I genuinely don't even know what to do with the theme. I'll just go to like the end of it maybe, and I'll have to remember. Like, that's gonna be really annoying. How else would I I don't know, that's tough. We'd already started using the theme there. I guess I could use like a channel art or something. I'll just do the oh, I don't know. This is gonna be so hard to keep track of. I'll just try to remember. Okay, so we'll do the next one here, and then we'll do whatever one comes after these. I think both. This is really irritating, but there's nothing I can do to fix it. I just have to do it for now, and then it shouldn't be for too long that I have to do this, but if we just win, it'll be fine, because then we can continue with the other one, and then we can just continue as this, or I wouldn't even continue as this. I would just, I would hang on to this one, and then, okay, let's see, not that. Board theme, I guess I could use a 3D one, so I know that wouldn't conflict with something, but we were on probably like the third or the fourth one. I actually can't even tell what it is. It seems to be this one, right? Yeah, that was the one, but it's actually the next one. And the reason why, okay, now we got ads. This is just like a combination of a lot of irritating things together. All right, so we go here, and then we get, okay, Okay, so it would be the next one after this. So we would be on canvas, and then I would have to refer to this one, later to know based on whatever happens. It'd be cool, like we just go on a good win streak, so then it doesn't matter. You don't even have to really continue it, you just know it's still alive, so whenever I decide to, I can just come back to it. It's only if I lose that it would be a problem. I'm assuming it's this one. Wait, what? Oh, because I already have shit on here that shouldn't be on. I think, oh, just continue from that, but that was from when I streamed it, and I had done this unexpectedly, whatever, it wouldn't be the same thing. This seems to be the one, right? It just looked weird on here, but I think this was I can't even tell, man. But it's the fourth one there, right? So it'd be the next one. I guess it makes sense, right? It'd be the fourth one in both. So we're on the fifth one now in both, right? We should be on number 5 and this one's just totally confusing, but you're on number 5 and then you should be on number 5 here, right? 5 and 5, and then again the background is just going to be whatever this one is here, because you get I'll have to remember that because I can't figure out how else to do it unless I just do some random Imgur. So whatever we're on the other one, right, we can just do that, but we'll just have to remember this when we ever get down to these ones. And as far as the themes, again, I just have to remember it's going to be, I assume at least that's the one I was using, the fire one, right? I don't even know anymore. I don't remember getting this far, so, although given how much I was losing, I wouldn't be surprised. And even if we had been using this one, we drew the last couple of games, so we would have still been able to keep using it. That's going to be perfectly fine. So let's try to go on actually a good streak. So I haven't done it on here in a recording just to kind of keep it organized. I have to transfer something to a flash drive, but I didn't realize how long it would take. Right? It's taking like a fucking hour to do like a 20 gigabyte thing. Like some of these are so fucked up. So now I'm going to here, and I accidentally started streaming the one time, but it didn't actually do anything. Like, there was no VOD to it. Okay, so this is a beautiful, aesthetically pleasing set. That should be my punishment, that I can only go as long as I win with this. Like, I can't change it. I just have to do this one and this one only. Or, I guess, until I draw. It doesn't really taint the format either, because whatever streaks we do or don't have still continue. Like, that one was on a drawn streak, so that means that we get to keep playing with it. Right? It just means we're not doing it in that exact moment. There's a lot of bishop action here, and not enough use of the knights, right, that you normally expect to see. And so if you can do this, then the mics might sound different, the whole setup might be weird, but actually everything should be fine besides that. It's just kind of, I shouldn't have done that, but I didn't realize it would just take so long. This pawn structure isn't the greatest for him, but somehow having the rook open like this has a certain value to it. Just like whenever I have free time, I like to do this, and I don't have a lot of it. It might seem like a lot, but it's kind of like, you know what I mean? You have to really make a point to do it, I guess. Let's see, I'll change my little song here. Look, I don't believe in ad block, but the way that they do it sometimes here is utterly troll. It's like they're trying to troll you. The timing, okay. You just have to really, okay. So now here, his bishop isn't in the greatest spot, and in fact, you already have the ability to guarantee the take, I'm pretty sure, because no matter where you go, I can just push it out, again. I'd be very happy to do that. And the reason why, okay. You have to do this first though, but overall I would be happy to do it. And that doesn't even matter, because like even if you cover that, it doesn't change the fact that I can still take it. And so you have the ability to maybe pin it down here as well. But both his bishops are gone, so that seems to give me an objective advantage. And even though I can pin that one, I don't even think I really want to. Maybe I should go the other way. So you have to know, looking at this pawn structure, what your best option to do with the bishop is, but I don't know that. That's the thing. But I should stress the advantage and press the advantage that I have the bishop and he doesn't, right? Like rub it in his face. And so what you end up having happen is the simple fact that He'll take there and I'll take back. There's no reason for me to take because it allows him to undouble, right? There's no reason for me to take. I won't take. The problem is maybe he'll do something that punishes the use of my bishop, but I don't really care because I'm going to just let him do it. But even that's not good because he would take, I would take with the pawn. So he fucks up potentially my light square diagonal. But the difference with me is I don't really care. That's the thing. I don't care. I'm just still going to do what I want with it. He is effectively blocking off that pretty well though, see? What I could do here is I could reverse it. I could reverse the diagonal and fuck up potentially his king pawns because if he if I do this, he does this, then it doesn't matter though. I would take, he would take, no, but he has to take with the rook. But so what? It doesn't do anything if he does take with the rook. So this one, I could take, I could 100% take it. And I don't see the downside of doing that. What does it do in any way? Nothing. Because even if he takes the rook, I probably won't necessarily be able to protect it here. Right, so he'll probably get it anyway. But, like, if I go here, it's probably not going to happen. Like, right, I don't see really a path for trying to protect it. But I don't see anything that really opened up for him. But understandably, right, it didn't do anything. You could sit here with the queen. He could bring the rook there, but he actually can't bring it there. But again, you got to decide whether you really think it's a threat worth committing to, or a piece really worth committing to. I guess you could almost go balls to the wall with it here, because if he en passant takes, I can still take, even if it fucks up my pawns. This is a very natural sort of thing for me to do. But the reason why that's a total clown move is because even if he en passants and I take, it doesn't matter because I can't still cover the thing. The whole reason why I was doing that is negated. There's no reason why I did it because now, never mind the fact that it fucks up my pawn structure, now I have doubled pawns and stuff. Or whatever, I have two anchor pawns. It totally fucks up everything. Like, why did I do that? It does this, and then you can still take that, and then this one's by itself. Like, that's the biggest clown move that you've ever seen, and you have to almost hope that he doesn't know what an en passant is, because I don't even know what it is myself, apparently. Well, now he missed the chance, though, obviously, but that was a mega clown move. That was really something. So this pawn seems vulnerable, these pawns seem vulnerable, but no, like I said, I'm actually going to keep the bishop around. I'm not going to take it. I don't care. I don't care. If he wants to keep going, he attacks the knight. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, dude. I don't give a shit. What do you think this is, bro? Fuck it. I don't know how I'm playing like this. I don't know why I'm playing like this, but if you take, I take, and my whole king pawns is fucked up, but yours is even more fucked up, and I'm maybe in more of an attacking position. Like, his queen and stuff aren't really in great spots to attack me. But even though he's attacking there, I gotta just kind of go for it hard, right? You gotta commit, hard commit. He takes, I take. If he moves the other knight, I can take the pawn. This is not a good game. Like, I was even saying, oh, I want to take it seriously. I didn't at all. Like, even if I win, this is clown. This is clown behavior. I'm literally Klay Thompson last night when he had 0 points. And they lose to the Kings, who they beat obviously last year in this game 7. Both teams are a lot worse though. It's like I mean, I could save the bishop, or I could do something else. I get stumped very easily in a situation like this. Like, I don't even know what to do with this. I have no idea. I don't know. Since I have no idea, I'll just do something random that's probably not even good. The problem is the knight is going to lose its cover, or it's not. If he takes the bishop, he should probably take the bishop. I mean, I'll even say it. He should take the bishop, and he should be fine with doing that. And it seems to be a fine move because, okay, he brings the queen. So now he'll take, then I take, but then he can take the knight, but then he technically still can't take the knight. This is really a clown position. It's just not a good position. I don't like it. I'll go here, even though that doesn't really make any sense, but he double attacks onto there. You can put this into there. He's gonna remove a cover from the fact of I don't know. I mean, I really don't even know what's happening. It's gonna prevent me from taking with that if I put the queen behind, but I don't have to put the queen behind. He takes the bishop, then I take with the pawn, and then it doesn't. I don't really get it. These moves are just useless back and forth things because I don't really know. I guess what I could do. Okay, so now you can just do this, and the beauty of it is, he takes, I take, he takes, I still take, right? He takes, I take, he takes, I still take. If he takes with the rook, you know, it's not a big deal. He's just not giving me an opening to actually take that pawn or try to go in and give it track or do anything, right? So he's not giving me anything here. He goes there. I see no reason just not to do it. Like, just do it. Even though it gives him a little initiative with the thing. Quite frankly, I don't see what the fuck my knight is doing, I must admit. It's doing, yeah, my knight's doing the Klay Thompson impression. Like, I have no idea. Like, what is it doing? Why is the knight even in the game right now? Why does it... I don't get it. I don't get the purpose or the function of the knight in any way. I have no idea what it does. There's just nothing. There's nothing that it does. So his knight is there. He's going to go to h3 to attack it there. Very cute move. And if I do this, even he brings the queen in a little bit as if to do that. Right, and so... I don't really understand, but I'm probably going to fuck up here. I just don't know. You can go to here, and he's going to have like a royal fork or something cheeky stupid. He takes the pawn there. Like, this is the giving up phase of the game for me. This is where I give... No, actually, he can't take it. Because it gets annoying. Like, I don't like it. So you should just study endgames or something. It's like both openings and endgames are sort of stale and boring to an extent to where... You know, it just gets kind of irritating. I don't know. He takes, I can still take. Like, it still doesn't even matter. If only the knight could actually do something in the game. That would be kind of a cool feature, wouldn't it? Like, imagine a knight or a piece that actually moves or does something. That's kind of a cool, you know, innovative idea, huh? Like, let's actually redesign and update and wow, you know? If he takes, I take, it doesn't matter. If he pushes, I take. If he takes a knight, I don't even want to take it myself. It allows him to undouble and get a passed pawn. Unless I get to double take, which is, again, it's just... We've gotten a lot of draws lately just because I mean, to be fair, like, I keep missing opportunities that are... Wait, what? Because he would check and then he would be able to take on there. Right, he would check there, then I would go back, then he would take on there. That would be the reasoning. But the beauty is I can just take with this, so then nothing changes, right? Nothing really happened because I don't have to do that. If he was so inclined, he would have took with that first one, then I guess I would have defeated the whole purpose. The main concern here is just simply time. And so now... I don't really understand what's happening. He could move the knight anywhere he wants. But if he does, I just simply take the queen. Right, so he can't, like, give a check or... Wait, what? Wait, I thought he couldn't give a check. What am I blind or something? Uh, wait, I thought you couldn't do that though. I don't know what happened. Okay, so that one doesn't really count. Okay, I'll just stop until I can use the other setup. Not that I'm blaming that really, but you see how even it is. Like, I don't understand. Like, I visually didn't see that he could give a check there. I even thought like he's one space out. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I almost have like some sort of pass pawn capability here, but I'm too much of a clown to. It's tough. I mean, it's a tough loss. I mean, he's clearly good. He's clearly, a very impressive player. Not at all drawish position. Not at all like nothing was happening for 50 moves and just nothing. You're really good, man. That's too bad. I guess we could keep going with these still, like 6-6. I just have to remember to skip a couple of these themes, which is going to be very fucking hard to remember. You just keep going with that one and you'll be fine. So there's a potential stalemate possibility still here. So I'm not too sure what to make of it. I hope we really do get one because I almost deserve it, because I gotta have that mentality, right? You gotta remember what game you're playing. You should be a degenerate and play for a draw every single time, because that's the way the game works, and it's actually the correct way to do it. It's not even like anything. It's not even salty. It's just, that's just how it works. I mean, why would you try to deny its inherent nature? That's unbelievable to me. Like, I got nothing for it. Regardless of what you maybe could have or should have done in any other stage of the game, right? You're in that same, like, I mean, that really is the boredom factor that you realize. That makes me almost just not even care, but like, look at somewhere along the line here, right? Like, there's nothing really happening. If anything, I'm winning, which I don't really understand. The whole thing. Like, why are you even winning by that much? It doesn't seem like a big deal. Like, how exactly should I play this? And the answer is a lot of repetitive back and forth moves, or things that don't really do anything in some sort of meaningful, way. Yeah, I mean, it still seems pretty drawish to me. I couldn't figure out really how exactly to do this, but again, even if you didn't do that exact thing, all you had to do is not do the exact thing that I did. And so let me actually try to, again, I'll have to remember these ones. I don't mind as much because it's like, okay, we're just going one at a time. So now we go through, this is number wood, and this is like number 6. Number 6 here is going to be chess 7, and then on this side you get to do this one, so we'll go here, right? So I assume we're still on the fire one with the other ones. We just have to remember to skip whichever one's here that I end up losing with, which is probably going to be all of them by now. What'll make it simpler is we'll just end up basically losing with all of them, so there'll be none left, so that'll be fine, I guess. I love, like, you respond to a comment from like years ago and somebody will respond to you the same day. Like, that person just actively uses YouTube like all the time, right? On some old video or discussion, like, you still, it's interesting enough. It's worth. Oh shit! I almost misclicked there. I don't know. I just have to kind of talk less and I'm just kind of sick of it. And that doesn't constitute an excuse. It's just kind of, you get to that point where you're just kind of fed up with it. Like, what more would I do rather than just like, okay, I'll simply study and that's it, Handin Hold Pez 231. I wouldn't mind necessarily trading, even if I do move that. He would take there, I would take, he would take. It wouldn't necessarily be mate, but the way that you solve this is either you move a knight there, or you move a knight there, or you move the king up. So if I move the knight there, that could throw him off enough to potentially do the queen trade, or at least to do the basic thing, to do the simple capability of just taking his queen if he's dumb enough not to notice that, because that might be an unexpected, unpredictable line to go for. Right, and so basically you get to maybe go to here. If he takes the bishop, it's no big deal. I'm not making particularly good moves myself either, but I'm more than happy to trade. In fact, I'm practically begging for a trade, but somehow I'll keep denying it here and get myself in trouble. Like, why not? Explain to me, why not take a trade there? Why not do it? But it's because it gives him initiative to develop the knight for free, basically. Whereas now I can bring mine back into here, you know, pretty comfortably. But he still did it. I mean, that part is fine. Since I'm so trade happy too, you would think I should do the 6 for 6 more, like where I go for that, and even if he castles, I still get to do it, and we still do the 6 for 6 trade. I guess now I can't do it, but you can go to here. If he takes. You go to here. Everything is set up for the optimal bishop pair, and so everything is fine with that. I just have to remember what things we're using here and what we have to skip. And beyond that, we also have to consider the fact that, I don't know. We can go back all the way, assuming his knight might be a problem, but it probably won't be. I like the idea of, you know, oh, we're potentially covering this, but it often doesn't come into play, or it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's not going to be under attack anytime soon. But this is like the optimal bishop and pawn placement, because you get this covering this and this covering this. The only problem with it, I guess, is that this bishop isn't covered, which can potentially pose a problem, or at least I tend to forget about it sometimes. Now what you should try to do is move this pawn here on f2 and try to open that diagonal. You know, do I accept that, or do I do this? I've been doing this a lot, and I've been losing a lot, so maybe I shouldn't do it. It doubles my pawns in kind of an undesirable way, though, doesn't it? Like, this opens this for him, but I don't know whether that's good or not. It is a double stack opportunity. Let's say we just go to here. That's perfectly fine. He takes, I take. Gotta move my other knight somewhere into here as well. If he doesn't take, I can take and set up almost for a double take. This is perfectly fine. His bishop isn't really doing anything. He had the chance to kingside castle, and he still does, but he's just not doing it. So I gotta find a place now for my knight. You can set up for a double stack here. Wouldn't be a bad idea. But we're kind of in the wrong place, but we're also in the open file. And so that's fine. I really can't figure out a path for the knight, though, right? Almost like you could raise to a4 and then try to take it with that or something. You can go up to here, so you're attacking both you're attacking a pawn, you're attacking a bishop, you're attacking a knight. It's like something should happen. Good. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 Alright. 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 Take a pawn here. He probably has some other brilliant idea in mind. The thing that's actually cute too is, like, you could move this somewhere and then potentially, no, but it doesn't matter right now. We're only -1 as a result of that, but I mean, look, man. You're not interested, you can tell. Like, you're just not even looking at the board, the position. You're just not interested anymore. You're threatening there. Right, and so I don't know what that means, but you're threatening. You could bring the knight to attack as if to try to trap it, but then you could just take the bishop itself, and then here you get to take a pawn, which is worth something, but you don't because of this stupid ass king. You go to here, the knight is covered there on the other side, but it doesn't really matter for now either. You can take a pawn there. If he covers a pawn, he can... If he covers a pawn, I can take... He can go to here, but then I can do something maybe a little bit annoying for him. That looks a little scary, encroaching upon maybe the other side, but what else does he do with it? He takes with the thing. I take with the pawn. Takes with... Oh, I'm not even seeing anything because I'm just stupid. He takes a knight. I take... He unleashes... But he really can't unleash. He can take a knight. Take a knight. Take here. He takes a pawn. We go like this. You want to kind of almost be in position to cover the other side, since the rook is accounting for that particular pawn there, which is a passed pawn, and it's the lone passed pawn of the position. So you still have a potential to do something here, but it's still problematic at the same time. Because what you get is the ability to, you got to cover this square, right? And you can do a number of things to stop me from doing that. It's almost like you want to go here. Because what you can do is you can always cover that f2 square. Now you're covering the pawn on h3, you're attacking the pawn on e6. Let's see what we can do. You definitely don't want to do the trade. And the reason why you don't want to do the trade is simply because of the fact that you want to try to exploit this pawn and do what you can with it. And I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to end up restricting my movement to the point where I can't do anything about it, though. Because what you can do is you can try to promote this, and he's going to almost try to trap me in there for a trade, right, to whatever extent it's relevant. But I do feel like he's going to give a check from there. He gives a check from there. I'm still not seeing especially what is so crazy about that, but he gives a check on g2. I go down. Everything's fine. He can't bring the other one in just yet to there. He can bring it down to here to do the pin. And then I have no way to unpin it necessarily, so that would be the problem. Right, or you can simply pin it like that. But that's kind of the wrong move, because now if you try to come with the other cute play, I get to simply take it with the bishop, so that's a good thing. The better way would have been to pin it with the other one, then you're pinning, double attacking, and there I would have been screwed. So now I should almost reconsider what I'm doing with the bishop. If he gives the check again there, I almost don't want to go down like that. Maybe I'll go down to here, and then we consider it again. But then we lose the pawn. Because, yeah, he's going to see the move now, I guess. You take the pawn. I keep trying to promote mine, which is probably not really going to happen, but you just got to kind of put the pressure here because it's the only chance you're really going to have in your whole existence over here. So you go maybe to like E something, or you stay here on this side of it. Let's see what he threatens it or how he threatens it. I could go to G7. I could go to G7. and it's gonna be so close that the other one won't be able to catch up, but it will be able to catch up. That's the problem. Fuck. That's so close to being good because it's so close to being good. Because what you have is, okay, you move it somewhere, then he takes, then I take, and then I'm right there. But you can't do it. That's the thing, you can't do it. Fuck. Almost like you want to involve the Darksphere Bishop somehow, but I don't know how. Oh, I think this is a good way to do it. How? Because then the other one can't get there, and then the other one can't get there. I mean, we're almost in this position, but we're probably still gonna lose as a result of doing it. Like, he'll dance me dumbass all around, and then you go to here, you go to there. You just have to go for it. Like, you can't not go for it. You have to go for it. But the act is that he has to take... Oh, shit. The act is he has to take the thing. He takes the bishop first, then he can't give a check. Then I made his dumbass. How about that? How about that for a turnaround? Despite how absolutely dog shit I played. That's not too bad. Right, so this, it's possible some of these sets are the same sets too that we get on the add-on for whatever reason, like they look the same. But this is number 6, and then number whatever the fuck from the themes and the backgrounds on there. So that's a pretty unbelievable turnaround. It would certainly piss me off if that happened to me. But then again, I'm the one who kind of gives people advantages for no fucking reason anyway. What you can do here is we try to get back to 16, but I'm kind of not too happy with how I'm doing this. And again, the amount of time that you put into something is directly correlating to how unimpressive it is to even, you know, whatever level of success you might have is not going to be too good then. It's just random. It's not really too impressive because it feels like, oh, anybody could do it that amount of time, or then it's just a matter of variance a little bit. So you got to be the absolute best in if you can do that, but he probably should have gone there. Right, but whatever he did, I at least had a chance. If I had a chance because I pushed that promotion attempt. Right, and it doesn't mean I was guaranteed to do it, but you got to at least go for it, because whatever you see here, like, oh, if he plays it right, but he obviously didn't play it right, like, we get the point that he's winning. You might say, oh, you played, you know, kind of risky, or did something there you shouldn't have done or didn't need to do. But the thing is that even if that's how you feel, right, you didn't have another choice, because whatever you were going to do was going to be bad anyway. And so now we get to keep doing this one. You could really just go here. You don't need to do anything crazy. And now if he goes to there, doesn't really do a whole lot, but I mean, let's just castle. Right, he goes there. Worst case, I could even move that thing back to the extent that you're able to basically go here. I could bring the bishop back, so if I need an extra cover so that you don't double take and trade into there. Like, you take with the knight, I take with the queen, you take with the queen, I take with that. So it's still an even trade, but it ends up being like a little wonky. But I guess now I can't do that. I'm doing that for what? Okay. Okay, dude, okay. Just do whatever you want, man. If you're gonna start sacking pieces in the fucking opening of a chess game, you can just have it. I don't care. I don't want to play anymore. I don't care. Like, if you're gonna do that, I'm done. I'm done. I take the knight in a heartbeat. He's not going to let me take it probably, but there's nowhere for it to go besides back. So what you'll realize about that is, even though I'm so triggered by it, it's an ill-informed take. And the reason why it's an ill-informed take is because it's not actually good, as you can clearly see. And anybody with half a brain could tell you that it's not good, but these people will still do it because they're totally dumb shit clowns. And so even though I'm in a good position, I'm tilted by it because it's just annoying. And I don't like it, but whatever. What you can do now, you go to here, try to do something at this level. Or maybe you still shouldn't. You should still finish developing to whatever extent you want to do. You can try to double attack something thanks to the bishop. You go to there, like this is the average attacking idea for a low-rated player. Wow, he's attacking me with his pieces. Look at that. Wow, what an attack. What a check. Like, you're not going to be able to do anything, but it certainly looks cute, I guess. This is why I stopped attacking a long time ago, because it's like, you're not going to do anything. That's the thing. You're not going to get anywhere doing that. This seems like my ideal exact move that I would make, because you try to do a fake fork. And the reason why you do it is because you're guaranteed to take one or the other now, so you guarantee a trade. Right, so that at least has some merit to it, I guess. But maybe not, maybe not. Doesn't really change anything. What are you going to do, a threefold repetition right now? Like, you can't really attack me adequately with this because there's nothing to attack with. Two pieces like this alone is not enough. You need something more. And if you can go through the trouble to sack, then you maybe should have done it a little bit more efficiently there. Now, this could be a little dangerous because you're allowing him to come in a little bit too. No, but you can always escape by giving a check. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's too bad. I guess that's too bad. Yeah, you gotta kind of have to use your brain a little more if you're gonna do this, and I don't have it in me to do that, so I should stop. There's just no point. I mean, it's just an effort thing. You're not trying. If you're playing like this, you're obviously just not trying at all, ever. Like, why bother trying? Why bother pretending? I mean, like, there's just nothing there. Like, you're not thinking, you're not using your brain, you're not doing anything, so fuck it. There's just nothing. You're not doing anything. Again, you're treating it too much like a game, but even in that sense, you would think, oh, there's some competitive element to it. Like, you don't want to lose, but if you like, people would say that, oh yeah, I like chess, or I like winning, but you don't actually like winning, because if you liked winning, you would say, you know, chess is the wrong game for you because, you know, it's the wrong game for you because you're going to get a draw actually the majority of the time, so fuck it. These pawns don't really do a whole lot. I mean, this should be a dead sort of drawn position too. But there's a number of moves lately that it's not even that I'm like, oh, I'm calculating them wrong. I've just kind of stopped. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not calculating that anymore. I'm just not even doing it. I'm not even trying. Or what you could have done there that was kind of cute is the simple ability to just take the rook. Almost like he didn't calculate that one either, but again, I don't care, so why should I even pretend like I'm trying anymore? I really just don't care anymore. So he takes on to there, which should be a double take potential opportunity as well, which makes that move kind of really stupid, and I shouldn't have done it. But actually, it's okay. And the reason why it's okay is because you have the king's cover there as well, so you can create the rarely seen triple stack, and then I could still go back to cover it in that sense too, or I could just take it. So it's not as bad as what it seems really, but try to bait for a trade. I mean, I don't know. So the king comes to the rescue here to an extent. He can certainly take the pawn, but the act of trying to take it would at least pose some complication for him. Or maybe he can't. Like, maybe this one pawn really will be the difference in the game. Not even that I'm up a pawn, but just the fact that I'm, what a disaster that fucking flash drive thing was. Almost as much of a disaster as my actual chess games themselves. Go to here and just try to push it, but I think it's very unlikely that I'll be able to push it. So what you end up actually doing is probably you probably end up trying to bait this push and then do the other push instead, right? And the reason why that's good is because now there's a lot of pressure on a lot of different things. You're kind of posing the idea that you'd be attacking that in the same breath here, so now you have to commit to this. But if you commit to this, you take this. So I'm just going to let him have that. And then at this stage, I could try to go to the other side. You can't go there, actually. That's actually quite an interesting move that he just made there, because what it did was it kind of restricted the movement of my thing a lot, right? It restricts the movement of my rook a lot, but it didn't actually matter because you can always escape with the check. So now you are in a pretty strong position. Let's win this game the same way we won the last one, with my expert endgame mind. Again, sometimes you give up on one just to make the other a guaranteed thing, right? So you say like, oh, I don't want to, I knew that one was probably going to get taken, right? The other one, but now you turn it into, okay, now I'll use this to do something. We could give a whole bunch of checks, and I don't think it's going to amount to a whole lot, but the presence of his king does complicate things a little bit. So here you almost shouldn't worry. Like, I don't even care about the pawns necessarily. And now here's where you give the checks to be able to potentially do something, with the simple fact that you're able to, you know, do the final move or promotion or something because of that. Because if you get it to here, all you have to do is check, and then you get to do it, and then you get to basically, you check and you attack there, but I'm already expecting that you would have wanted to attack there. So what is he gonna do? He's gonna go here. You can't go anywhere into there, so now you go to here, but you can't, but it's okay. Now you're already covering on the back rank, so there's actually nothing you can do. You can give a whole bunch of spam checks maybe, and actually that might be reasonably effective actually, because what the fuck? I mean, look, dude, it's gonna be one of those petulant, annoying moments in the game of chess where it's like, fuck it, I'll even go there and I'll just deal with it and we'll do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, do whatever the fuck you even fucking want, because you're gonna have to at some point just let me do something. Like, just let me do it. Either you move away or you just do it, and the act of moving away means I can probably cover it effectively. Like just be annoying. Just be an annoying, petulant little fucking child, because that's basically what you are in this game. Like, please, dude, please. What do you think this is? What do you think you're going to accomplish? What could you hope to accomplish in your pathetic experience right now with the game? What could you possibly have hoped to do there? Explain to me what you were trying to do, because you couldn't do anything. There's nothing you can do. You know there's nothing you can do, but you'll still do it anyway because you're fucking annoying, right? That's basically just the way that it works. Like, every opponent ever pretty much summed up right there. There was nothing you could do. Don't you get it? There was no chance that you had. Forget it, man. These people are so fucking annoying. Go to here. There's nothing you can do. You take, I take. Now you're maybe going to try to do some stupid ass stalemate shit, I bet. You go to here. Maybe you're trying to take this one guaranteed. Like, I'm clearly an endgame master, but I'm pretty bad in the openings and the middle games because I get so fucking bored of them, I suppose. All you need is one. You just need one. Or actually, yeah, we get the point, bruh. We get the point. So we lose the first one. We win the next two. Not too bad. I'm getting a little bit tilted, though, because, you know, we give up like a fork early game, but then we don't draw. We don't recover with a draw, you see. We recover with a win because we're whatever, you know. Or wait, that was the other game, though. Or something. I don't even know what game we're playing anymore. I'm probably losing in a lot of these though, a lot of the time, or maybe not. Maybe I was winning the whole way and it just goes from different levels of winning. I go from winning to drawing because I blunder something, right, and fuck it up. And then it ends up just being stupid. These people really trigger me, and I take no satisfaction in beating them either, but I guess we gotta just get to the point where we do take satisfaction in it. Like, that's always the standard that I hold. Like, beat me when I play my best, and then I have nothing to say. But that doesn't happen, right? It never happens. It's not possible. It's really not because, oh, I'm so good, because that's just the way the game works. Like, it's not possible. You cannot beat a chess player who's actually trying and thinking and just playing their best. It's literally impossible. That's why you got to do these artificial things like time control. And that's all irony. People say, well, time control is legitimate. That's fine. Yeah, but it's also not a real-time game. So you take a turn-based game and make it real-time to try to compensate for its innate flaws and say, well, now it becomes who can move the wooden pieces on the board faster, right? Who can move the pieces on the board faster. And that's supposed to be meaningful. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. Actually, I have no idea. Probably bad because I'll give like a chat or something out. You can push a pawn, but I could always take it. The benefit of a doubled pawn, I suppose. They're so fucking annoying, bro. This guy's gonna beat me in the opening. Look at him, dude. He's gonna beat me in the opening. Haha, what a fun game. Yeah, bring the queen. Fuck it, bro. Fuck it. Oh, fucking annoying, man. Bring the knight, do whatever you want, I don't care. I don't take that shit, I don't care. Adequately cover this. You push your pawn, then you can take it open to king. Possibly, that's for fine move. Even though this is still a pretty good diagonal to have, so you can have a certain benefit. I should take from there. I like this diagonal. You take there, you open the king, pretty obvious move. I almost sometimes feel like I should just play against myself because it's not fun, but you know. Oh, but this is good actually. Now you can't open the king, even though it seems like it leaves that exposed. He kind of fucked himself up. You let the knight escape its own inevitable uselessness. Ooh, that's a tough move, though. Well, actually, the light square bishop isn't doing anything in that exact position, but you can't take here because the bishop and queen. I'd love to just go in there and try to do something, but I can't do that. Damn, bro. Never use a USB. Never use a USB from Walmart, or never use a USB when you're expecting. Like, it's so random the amount of times it sometimes takes. After this one, I should be able to switch over, thankfully. So So we would have gone on a 3-game win streak with this, and then we would have gone on a whatever streak with the other one. We lost one. So we would just have to skip the other one. See, if you win, then nothing changes, right? Nothing happens if you win, because it's like, you know, whatever. I don't know actually what to do with this though. It's like, you'd like to go here, cheeky little threat, you know, on the queen like that, but I don't know. You can go here, you take an open file, and the reason why you take an open file is because of the simple fact that you're able to basically just do it in such a way that you could just take, but you can't take. I don't know, like, I don't know where you want me to go with this. Like, it makes no sense, but okay, dude. He's got to attack the G, whatever, the G2. You attack that, very predictable, very fun, interactive game, by the way. And then you just go here, try to bait the trade. I got nothing else to tell you, really. Bait the stupid trade, get the stupid draw, I'm fucking on. I mean, you are threatening basically a mate if you don't do it. So, I mean, I would like to think you'd probably do it, but okay. I'm glad at the amount of contemplation that took you. Clearly shows you're a good player. What you can do here now is you can basically try to, he's double attacking there. You can basically try to do this again, and now if he takes, well, actually, there's really nothing else I can do though. I'll just have to let him do it. Takes the other pawn, even pawn advantage. This allows you to undouble, but they're kind of all in awkward as hell spots. He's probably gonna fuck something up, I would assume, but you could try to cover this one. But what I could also, you know, his light square bishop just fucks it up. I keep thinking, oh, you might get a back rank or something, but you're just not going to. That's the thing. You're just not going to. What is his position, bro? It's so fucked up. It's just so annoying. You can go to there, you go to there. I can't do anything with that. King is kind of too much out of the way now in a way that I don't like. You're still giving him the pawn on the other side too. You're giving him this pawn, and you're giving him the ability to basically take there in a way that I really can't prevent. Right, like there's nothing, I guess I'm taking there. Not really a good spot to be in though. Maybe the king pawns are sort of more important. He can just take the bishop. He can basically just do whatever he wants. That's kind of the position for black right now. Just do whatever you want, even though it seems like I was in a good spot. The one pawn isn't going to matter because he's going to be able to just take whatever he wants to take right now. I mean, you should be pretty happy with the draw. He's going to come up with some crazy thing here now that he's able to really force my hand a bit here. All you need is just a single cover on there, but it completely fucks over the mobility of my pieces where he can take a pawn and then he can still keep doing this. Like, or I should have just taken it. Like, fuck it. Okay. But now, if you take this, if you take my bishop, then you lose the bishop anyway, so it's the same thing. So hopefully this one didn't sound too bad. It's like different positioning, different mic settings, different everything. Right, and so you'd basically be in a position to, wait, why would you even do that? Well, it's the same thing, like, so now you recover the one pawn or something like that, but it doesn't matter because you would have been able to take at least one pawn anyway. So now you can go to here. This is why you got to study endgames, because if you do get to a stale, repetitive sort of time situation every game, like I keep complaining about or just identifying objectively, like that's how the game works, then you're in a position where you basically get to study, and like I'd still be happy with that overall thing. He should go under and then go there, right? But then I can still go there and just basically effectively trade. Okay, dude. Okay. Get a draw. Get a threefold repetition, bruh. Go down to the bottom. I can still go to here. Fun and interactive position, isn't it? If you go one way, I go the same way, and then we go back and forth, and you keep doing it over and over until you get a threefold repetition. It's almost like it's very fun. I could have probably won this one too, but I could say that about almost every single one, but it's kind of deceptive because okay, now we can win somehow. I'm not gonna unfortunately put the amount of thought into it that you need to do, and so that's gonna be my weakness. I could have won even there, but you should be able to just keep moving back and forth. No, but he'll go there. So you can't go there anyway, right? The king can't go. This allows him to go like on the other side. I could have moved in like other pawns. Move in, that's a good word. I didn't realize it would come to this. I'm actually gonna lose because of that? That seems absurd. Yeah, please don't take. And what the fuck did you just do? You could have just took and it would have been fine. Now you're fucked because you can't catch up. Even though you're probably still in a good spot. It's like, it should be very drawable, at least now. And maybe I can win it somehow too. Just give a 50 move rule, check chain. Something crazy because you get to basically maybe use the king as the cover to give a check too, which is kind of what I would like to do, but I'm having trouble actually doing it. Or like you go to there and then I take. You go to there, then I take. If you don't, then I go here. Oh, that would be a fun victory. Go to there and then I check take. If you go to here, okay, baby. Good game, bruh. Endgame master, by the way. Fun and interactive game. Just trade everything off, get to the same exact position every time, do the same opening every time, to play the same middle game every time, to get to the same end game every time, and get to the same outcome every time, which is a draw. Like, that's just the nature of it. I know people would mock it at this level, but it feels that way, right? Even if you're not there yet where that's happening, you can feel the way that it works, right? It doesn't feel like the same thing. It's a feeling that you're able to have, that you realize the way that it basically innately works, and that's what you're kind of working towards, and that's where you're going to be at. So now I'll actually switch. So we went on a good streak a little bit with this one, and then we'll go back to whatever other one I was using, which I don't even remember. But the only one we have to disqualify then is we would be on number 6 next time we use these, which will probably be a long time before I use these, right? We're on number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're also on, with respect to the background, we have to skip one. We have to skip the one that is this one. 1, 2, 3. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So skip number 12, right? 4, 8, 12. Skip number 12. Okay, so I actually had to do a little session here before this on my other computer, so I didn't know what sets I was using. And so this set is going to continue because we drew the last one, but we went on a little good streak with the other one. So I just have to remember we're up to board and piece set number 6 out of these on the ones on the base site. Because I'm doing that almost as like a separate thing, but it's still part of the permanent thing. And then the background we have to change, right? Because that's one thing that's shared regardless of the thing. This one is not the one that we're using actually, right? I think it was this one, and we lost with this one. So we have to remember we have to skip number 12. But I think I was on the red one. In fact, I'll even check now in my VOD, and I'll even go on like a little AFK screen to do that. I don't know which one is which here. Is maybe 34 is the Yeah, this is like a chess related one at least. But no, I'll actually watch it from the last session on here. I had to do it on my other computer because I was like transferring something off or whatever. It would have been 416, right? Yesterday's episode of a little recorded session that I've been trying to almost do on a daily basis. But so this one was, Ocean, whatever set this is, and the fire. So again, we get to continue it because we obviously didn't lose with it, right? We had actually drawn. And so you keep the fire, you keep the ocean, and you keep the Meridia pieces or whatever. So that's all good. And then I always say that like Meridia from fucking Skyrim or something. We were on a nice little streak with this one. Again, you might say, oh, how does that count then? But whatever that was, like this set was lost, right? We lost the piece set 5 and 5 and one number 12 off the background. And then this one we won 3 in a row with the other number 6, 6, and the number 13, right? And so the point is that would continue, right? So regardless of the streak, like it stayed alive, so we didn't have to change that one. This one we had drawn, right? This loss was with the other one, 5, that I had just done, number 5 and 5. So we had drawn with this one. We had drawn actually 2 with this one, which is weird, but yeah, let's try to get back to 16, and we'll keep using this one then for now. Or wait a second, it's supposed to be ocean though, so how does that make sense? You have to do like purple to make it ocean, right? Or now I actually want to double check again, because now I don't know whether that's right or not. I just want to have an excuse to show off my art. So it's image 34 on there. I don't like how it shows so much shit on your OBS though, like on the video. Okay, so we go here. But no, I wanted to do other things in this sort of setup and category. I had an urge to play actually Ashen for some reason, just a game that I kind of would wander around in, and I never really got too far, but it is pretty good. I always said it's like a combination of Dark Souls and like it was trying to rip off Dark Souls, and it even copies with the Ukuto's Guile thing. It's like a helmet that does like the same thing as your homing soul mass or whatever, where it's like those little dots that go out and target stuff like a spell. They do that in order to Guile or Guise or whatever. They do it in such a way that they copy basically Dark Souls and combine it with like more an open world style of play, kind of like a Breath of the Wild and things like that. And it's a good game, but in fact, I'd be interested to see. Let me actually look this up. Ashen. What else did they make? Because that's a developer I'd be rooting for, even if, it got 6 out of 10. It's on a sale. Like there were good things about it. There were a lot of bugs, and you couldn't pause it either, which is fucking stupid as shit. But let's just see what else did they make, right? Or not even maybe the publisher, because I know they've done a lot of things, but they've made like movies too. Annapurna is like I don't know. Like again, it'd be something I would root for, but unfortunately, that's all they fucking made? Like, what do you mean, dude? You should have made enough from that to be able to do something else. That's so stupid. Yeah, Ashen. What is that? Flintlock. What is this? Why didn't that show up? Or maybe it's not out yet? Oh shit, that looks good. Okay. No, I mean, see, that's what I mean. Ashen would have made them enough money to really make a AAA game, because you're able to, it doesn't even show up when you do that. What the fuck? Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. That's why you have to put a subtitle on it, because otherwise nobody would ever know what it is. Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. That looks pretty good right away. But wait, this is not. Oh, so they're working with another developer, or with another publisher, but okay, whatever. That seems cool. Let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, don't study openings like your grandmaster because it's boring as shit, or because you're not going to know necessarily how to play those positions. But I like how I get away with doing the same ones over and over. As black, I always do the King's Indian. As white, I always do the thing. You go here, he would take, like, I don't know. I don't know. Because what if he does keep going there, right? That's problematic. Here he could also pin it down. Or no, he can't pin it down because it's not even like that. Like, it's not a pin because you're not even open the queen yet. So you can take it with, like, the knight now instead. But see, I'm more than happy to do that, just to trade in general, even though that's arguably sometimes not that good. And the problem here is you're going to actually lose a pawn, but you're actually not. And the reason why you're not is because, well, yes, but kind of, but no. It seems like you are, but you're not, because you're triple attacking this, and you're going to be attacking into a pinning scenario, like pinning the pawn. So there's no way that you shouldn't win that pawn back, right? I won't pretend like I actually was thinking like that, but there's no way you're actually going to get this unscathed, right? You take, I go here, then you go back somewhere. Or maybe the easier solution is just fucking push the damn thing, and then you're still fine. I could even just still take it now, though. That's the whole beauty of it, right? I could even literally just take it now. Take it here, then you try to do that. But why leave it to chance? Like, he's given you a beautiful opportunity to do this. Block off the light square diagonal, make sure the pawn doesn't get taken. We're still double attacking that. There's nothing that he has available otherwise. He can't connect that with the pawn either. Or even if he does, it leaves his king side exposed. But no, I wanted to play variants. I wanted to play other things in this sort of format, but Ashen would just kind of trigger me, though, with its inability to pause, because even my universal pause button thing that, like, worked for Dark Souls and stuff wouldn't work for that or something. It's not, like, the best optimized kind of game. So this you can just do, and the beauty of it is there's nothing you can do about it. Like, it's just not... But see, he does that like he knew, but if he knew, then why did he do it? You know what I mean? Okay, so you can't go for, like, the little cheeky trade opportunity. And even though this seems cute, like, I'd even settle for this. Fuck it. But see, you shouldn't. That's the thing. You shouldn't settle for it. But light skirmish is going to be kind of bad, actually. There's no reason why you can't do this. Like, what is that going to really do? There's nothing it's going to do. It's not a threatening position at all. And the whole thing is, okay, you can go attack it there, whatever. The whole thing is you could still take that if you wanted and double stack the pawn, which might be worth it. It just seems like the Dark Sphere Bishop here is much better. It's much better than you would expect. I don't know. I'm fine with doing the trade, but I mean, I don't know. He almost has no choice but to do it, because he'll have to walk himself back into that. And then we can start to move this shit around. Keep that light square thing sort of extended so that it can't really do anything. And my development on the other side is actually kind of bad, but I'm okay with it, because it's like, you know, it's kind of a troll. Just like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt us right now. But yeah, this development has been kind of pathetic. Like, he's 2 pieces ahead in development. The difficult one to move here is the bishop itself. So you should almost attack the knight, pin it to the thing, and then I'm gonna have trouble actually doing anything. And the reason why is simply because you're not going to be able to cover the knight and do the other thing at the same time. Because if you do it, then, you know, you pin it down, you go here, you take, what? Or you know what kept happening on chess.com the one time? It kept kicking people out and saying, like, oh, somehow engine detected, so then it would cause them to quit the game. But that's almost what that felt like, because it was so abrupt. There was nothing about this position that was really that good. Like, I don't see it. Right, he's probably not even losing. Like, I'll take it, but I don't get it. And he loses like a 26 provisional type of thing. And so the whole beauty of this is that you get to basically do it in such a way that we're trying to get to 16 here again. And yeah, we're not going to use those other site sets for a long time. It's just like I had to do that because just in case I lose, I have to skip number 12. That's just what I have to remember, right? The other things are irrelevant right now. I just have to remember if I do it again, I'm starting from number 6. But the number 12 you skip, and the reason why you skip it is because I already lost with that one. So yeah, he wasn't losing at all, so I don't understand. I mean, I'm not losing either, so it's fine, but then again, it's chess, so you're never losing because it's always just very stale and drawish. Yeah, I don't like the whole aborting capability that you have in terms of it lets you do it a certain number of times at least, and I've almost never done it. So you don't want to let him go further, so you almost have to do that, even as weird as it seems, right? Like you're giving him free development or something, but I don't know. This seems awkward. Now, see, I would do that because then you can't castle, even if that's all part of his master plan, playing aggressively with the pawns. Maybe he wants the rook there, whatever, but that is sometimes something I do. In fact, I'll stay true to myself and actually do it. I don't care. Because you basically get to... That can sometimes be a killer move because you basically... thumbs up. Dude, I'll take these... This is what I mean. This is how you get on a good... This is how I should take a rematch. That would actually be easy for me, but this is how you get on a good streak. Like, you have to just... You'll have these moments. Now, the next game can be tough as it wants to be, right? Those are the kind of ones that I always crave. Give me a couple of those, and now I can take a tough one, right? Whether it's a draw or whatever. So the point is that, ultimately, my position wasn't the great... See, that's a blunder, but why is it a blunder? Why? Why is it a blunder? I don't get why. I don't understand. I couldn't explain it to you. I don't have any idea. What was the WoW series that I was actually joking about doing? Oh, like do it with a controller. Play WoW with like a controller. Um, so just to look at this is when you always go on a bad streak because you, again, I had done those three with the other set, then I'm doing these two with this set. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to really give it to you in a serious, focused sense that you would be able to. But see, even there, it's not like I was doing anything that special there. It was kind of just, he just obviously blundered his queen, but you have to take those when you get them because, so many, over 9,000 games played. Whatever, you'll take the good with the bad. Sometimes they play like crazy, really good, and sacking pieces and stuff, but that's what you get for playing overly aggressive, is that you get clowned for it because it's clown behavior in the first place. I'm going to keep using Klay Thompson as an example of clown, though, now, because as much as I like him, actually, the way that he played there was unbelievable. He had 0 points in the play-in game, so they missed the playoffs because of it. So you can do a little cheeky thing like that, or if you took, then do that. He didn't actually do it, so we go ahead, we do the pin, we stop the pin. And so you can go here, and this is cute because you get whatever you get. Like, you just do a trade, basically, but you can do it. You can't do it. That's an unfortunate thing. I've been sometimes trying to do the 6 for 6 lately, but it's not. Like, where you trade the rook and the bishop the bishop and the knight for the rook. I'm the one person who always calls it a horse. Like, that's what you're looking at. That's what you see. I don't see a knight there unless you're calling the horse itself a knight. Like, just a horse wearing armor. That's what I would imagine it to be. Now you can do this, but it's arguably still not even that good, and it could be just a waste of a move. But I always feel a little awkward when I don't have trading capabilities. Right? Like, it's going to come back to bite me later. Like, oh, I should have tried. It doesn't even... No, it does compel a trade. It does absolutely compel a trade. And the reason why is because it simply allows you to either take the bishop or that, and you'd rather... You would rather have done it with the knight, but for some reason maybe he didn't think his bishop was going to be that good or something. You can take it with whatever you want, like that. So we can go back to here. Nothing is a big deal. The one thing that's going to be a little bit awkward is maybe we can't do this. If he does something else, right, that would make it a little bit difficult to get the optimal bishop pair. So maybe that's what I'm sacrificing in my lust to do that trade. So he's going to get a light square diagonal going, but the dark square one is kind of more the one that would hurt you. But the way he had developed it wasn't really that good either, so maybe it's fine. Let's just concentrate. I've been doing this a lot lately, I must admit. And it's maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have to do it yet, at least. Really, there's no follow-up for the play that makes it too bad. Like, your rook's going to get caught out in a weird spot, and then you're not going to have time to bring him back. But why not let him take and waste a move to do it? But it's not really a waste of a move, because since I have to take back, it's going to be the same shit over again. Now he's going to like move the queen there in a cheeky kind of threat that doesn't actually do anything, because there's nowhere he can go. Follow. Okay, dude. Fine. But there are times where you fall asleep to threats like that, because he's just he would take, I would take. This sort of solves both problems. Even though I want to go here, it would let me do a lot of things, because you're also covering here. So even if he takes, then he can't take without, still trading. You could do it with this one, but you could do it with this one. Again, he could push out the queen. No, he actually can't. He can't push out the queen and take the open file yet, because he's not covered there. So if he takes and then I take, then he can't go there, because then I would just take. But a lot of the time, that's the consequence, is you don't really want the queen on the open file, because you can easily push it out with a rook. So that would give him a passed pawn. So there's no reason to really do it. This would allow me to potentially double take, so it's kind of like an attempt to do something a little bit above and beyond. Right, like you're just he would take, I would take, he would take. It's just not a good way to go about it. But you kind of, I'm enamored by that idea. But now he'll double stack it. Which actually he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Would technically be fine. But what if I just move the queen somewhere? Because then if he double stacks, then that whole thread is a moot point too. It's not going to actually do anything. I want to move this and then like connect those, but it's not going to actually work, I think. Trying to look for what the queen can potentially do, and I don't really see it, so this seems like a bad move for like various reasons that I almost can't even explain. But he could take that. That's first of all something I'm not even thinking about. Let's move it to here. Right, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That move at least deserves a little bit amount of consideration to it. So now you can still move up effectively, whatever, and you can try to basically deal with the double take if he brings that, and then you can basically do it in such a way that you cover with that first, so then you wouldn't be losing. Like he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, and then we keep the queen, even though technically it's better to do it the other way, right? Because I can't turn down a trade opportunity. Like it's just not not in my nature to do that. I'm just gonna do it. See, like that might not be bad for me necessarily to do, but it's probably not good either. Now at least we're attacking that pawn, and we're also capable to, we connect we connect the rooks in that way. That could be potentially relevant as well. The problem is the dark square bishop doesn't really have a good entry point for that either. So I almost might want to try to double stack on here, and then we get to take that or whatever. But not really, actually. But yes, but not, because his queen is attacking there, my queen's covering there. So like, if we're double stacked, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. What is this now? I would take, he would take. You should get a pawn potentially out of it then if you do that, because if he takes, I simply take this. You definitely wouldn't want it. At least that makes sense, because you're giving him a passed pawn if you do that trade. I think this is good, but I better double check it, because something's gonna fuck up. If he takes there, that's perfectly fine. Doesn't win him anything. It seems fine. But then, of course, you obviously take. There's nothing else crazy that he's doing. You just gotta watch the one pawn there potentially as a cover. I don't see anything his queen can do that's really consequential at all. We're threatening here. Right, so now he's sort of on the defensive more so. And that's fine with me. We can create a double stack, but we kind of control two open files, but the fact that they're not connected makes it kind of a moot point a little bit as well. We may as well just do a double stack. Then there's almost nothing he can do about the double stack for the simple fact that, I don't know. You try to do the trade, but this is not a good way. So that at least shows some discipline, but you kind of have to not take the trade there. So we can go ahead and we can try to incorporate the Darkstar Bishop a little better, but I'm actually having a lot of trouble figuring out how to use it. It's not even necessarily in a bad spot right now, but there's just nothing going on with it. It's just kind of there. You go all the way down, you can try to trade. What does that do? What does it do? What does it do? I don't know what it does. I have no idea what that move is about. So if you don't do anything, I take that. If you move it there, I can still take. So you still have to give up this general area that you're in. But there's no other threat that I'm really posing. Like, I have no idea how to use the Darkstar Bishop here. I have no clue. It's actually impossible. How the fuck do I use it? Where do I put it? I can't put it there, can't put it there. Like, he's done a good job at least of neutralizing that, but if you win one of these pawns at any point, then it becomes very strong, and you can't really argue with this because it's like, you know, as few pawns as there are left, like, it's okay that it's like that, but a better player would have somehow guaranteed that that wouldn't have been the case. So I almost still want to do this now, but I'm also a little bit scared. I'm also a little bit scared. Like, I don't, fuck it. Often it's for the sake of time, too, that I have that happen. I gotta incorporate it somehow, and I can't figure out how. Gotta calculate a little better, thoroughly. Yeah, I'm having tremendous trouble actually doing this. I have no idea, and then I'm gonna end up fucking myself up because I'm trying to do something with it and then it messes up. Because you'll go here, but then you can keep harassing it. I kind of want the rook to cover there a little bit. But definitely don't put it here because then you can never move it. Right, otherwise you lose the rook, so don't do that. But you can put it here. But see, then he'll still do maybe the same thing. Right, where he basically... That's a good move. That's a good move because he basically allows himself to go here, and then I can't do it, so it ends up being a waste of my time. I honestly don't know how to use the bishop right now, I must admit. I have no idea, so I'm just going to back off with it. Okay, don't do that. Sometimes it's better just to do less because you can't figure it out. You just can't figure it out. This would almost be good because if he does it, then, you know, it's an en passant take. It's an en passant take, and then the bishop becomes vastly more effective. And because he didn't do it, I guess his pawn structure isn't terrible or something. I don't know. This is hard. This is hard, and I'm not going to have enough time to actually do this. You can do this to pin it down and see what happens with that. I might be giving him too much freedom to harass my back rank area, but let's see what we can do. I cannot fucking figure out how to use this shit, dude. Like, I don't even understand. Like, I'll try to go at least in this direction, generally speaking. The king moves to there, and then you basically have a position where if you move the knight, I can take around there. We're just gonna have to figure something out. Like, I don't know. If you move the knight, I take. If you don't move the knight, it's fine for you. He should try to go around and try to harass my pawn there, but I'd like to think my king can do it, and if we get a threefold repetition, so be it. I got no problem with that. We're only +1 pawn. Like, a lot of these games are so even that you end up winning because of some other fluke or stupid reason. Not because you really deserve it or not because it's really impressive. So now here you go to there and cover. Right, so that effectively is fine. Unless you somehow think that there's something better. Because, yeah, like, even if you say, okay, the king is going to do that, it's not going to be... I don't know. Let's say we leave that. This is maybe not the best idea. You attack there, then I cover. Then you check, then I go back. Then you check, then I go back. There's nothing else going on because there's no other piece involved, right? So you keep doing the same thing. So it'll be a draw 100%, which arguably would be fine by the simple token of being able to, I don't know. If only that Dark Spear Bishop could actually do something, it would be very cute, but I just can't do it. He could go into there, I guess. Right, would be the point. So, right, like, then he'd attack it and I couldn't save it. So if he goes into there now, then I'll keep doing the same thing over and over. So if you want to get a draw, you can. Like, I only have a minute left. I only have +1. So it shouldn't feel like it's that big of a deal for me here. This one is still being attacked by the thing. So I don't know actually what to do here. I should almost just try to go around and under his ship, but I can't figure out how to do it. It's a very hard position to try to do something from, but the reality is you probably can't do much with it because it's just a stale drawish kind of thing. Like, just do that, fuck it. The bishop wasn't doing anything anyway. He might do something with this, but at least now I can try to take some of my own shit here. He is going to come in dangerously close, though. But at least I'll check him, and then he has to come, like, right back out. Right, so you would rather prioritize that. We can attack both of these at the same time. He can cover them, though. He can adequately, easily cover them if he does it the right way. The king is doing a good job there. You can get a draw anytime you want. You can get a threefold repetition anytime you want. You can do it right now. Just like I have no choice but to keep going back and forth. And so then you're in a position where you're basically able to just go here, then you're perfectly fine, not going to go anywhere. Take a draw, bruh. Or go here, it's still fine. Like, yeah, I don't care. I can't do anything with this position. I'm not going to make a bad move and give up a pawn just to, you know what I mean? Like, just to fuck it up. But guess what? That's going to still end my win streak because... But whatever, I'm not even remotely worried about it. We did fine. A draw is always better than anything else. He can harass me a little bit there. I'd like to go almost through here and do something. Again, as long as you're covering these two, you're in a perfectly fine position because you basically get to... That could be a ballsy move that's actually bad, but I will consider it nonetheless. And I'm very low on time. Uh-oh. Kind of overextending myself a little bit too much. You go here. It doesn't even matter. I'm going to try to do too much with this, but you shouldn't. These are perfectly placed to where he can do basically nothing about them. That's the thing. So now you're positioned to take here. Like, it's a lot of back and forth movement, but I guess technically now you can't cover it, but you can cover with the rook. So fucking annoying, man. Take. Oh my god. So just try to draw it out, but he's almost trying to flag me or something. Just keep giving checks. Like, what are you gonna do with this, bro? Or he's trying to make something happen. He would rather try to win like this. But see, the fact that my king is there is perfectly fine, right? I would think. I don't even want to win, though. I don't want to win. Now I'm going to fuck it up. I would have rather have been a draw. See, this guy is like the old version of me when I still had integrity or whatever, because you can't take that one there, and then this one shouldn't be the end of the world to try to take, but I should almost worry about it now and not worry about the pawn, because you get to basically say, like, okay, take that one, then I'll take this one, and it's perfectly fine. If you push to there, it's fine as well. Anything you do with this is going to guarantee that I get to take it, because I can just do that. So you take, and then if you do, you're screwed, because now your pawns are pawns are completely dominant. And if you don't take, I should probably still win, but again, my time is gonna fuck me over for sure. I won't pretend like I know necessarily exactly how to do this either. Cover there, try to cover one of these. This one seems much better. The king is farther away. Now we push it. Push it all the way. Not saying he can't even potentially do it, but you can. If he tries to attack that, he can't even do it. That's the thing. He can't even necessarily do it. He can't even go there. 24 seconds. Please don't flag me, bro. Please don't flag me. Please don't flag me. You could at least try to get ahead of it, like something, but... Oh, God. Oh, God. Do it. Do it. I don't care. I don't care. What the fuck? You make it easier for me. Now it'll be easier to calculate this shit. I don't have to worry about anything. Do it. Do it. Go do whatever you want. Fuck it. It's not going to be stalemate. You got those. Even the act of trying to do that will turn it into something else. Like another passed pawn type of shit. Right, it's not a stalemate. You just go here, you do it. So yeah, this guy needs to learn the lesson that chess is not a fun game. Chess is a boring, dumb shit game in which you get a draw every time, because that's just the way that it works. So you go here, we got to be efficient though, still with the speed. It won't be a stalemate, that's the thing. It won't be a stalemate. It objectively will not be a stalemate. Even now it's not a stalemate. It's not. My own pawns kind of confuse me a little bit though, because of the simple fact that you're able to basically... Oh shit. Or he would flag before even I do. Go here, go here, go here. Okay, fine, we went. So I'll take it, but I won't say I'm entirely convinced by that, because of the simple fact that I didn't really deserve it and I would have been happy with the draw. It had nothing to do with me. It had to do with his willingness to play for the win when he absolutely had no reason to. He could have 100% gotten a draw. I was even willing to do it, willing to take it. So you did that to yourself. You tried to play like with a sense of honor and integrity, and that's not what this game is about. It's about degenerate draws all the way, and unironically, you know, that's actually how it works. So that was a pretty intense kind of back and forth affair, but again, up until the end, they were in a pretty good spot. Like, maybe I had minor advantages, but I don't think it was anything too big of a deal. Or I guess I was up the whole way, but that's what I mean. Like, it always ends up being a draw. This must be actually in the end game only with the actual pawn take that he did, which, again, there was no reason why he had to do that. That's the thing. There was no reason behind it. It seems like, oh, he's going to get a passed pawn, and he does get a passed pawn, to his credit, but it was just not a very good one, not a very convincing one, and so... That is the traditional sort of me moment, right? That guy is literally me. Because what you get to do is you get to realize the fact that you're basically in a position of being able to... again, you know there's a draw. You could take the draw, but you want to play for the win because, again, that's more enjoyable. It's more honorable. Things like that, but you're playing the wrong game, bro. Let's concentrate, though. These are getting very difficult, as it should be, as it reasonably, makes sense. So let's just do it. Don't do anything crazy. Don't sack pieces. And I'm not saying that to myself. I'm saying that to him. Like, don't do it because it triggers me and throws me off. But at some point, you're almost going to like it when people do that because you can punish them so hard, You go ahead, you stop the pin from happening. And it's easy to throw me off because, like, oh, I'm one opening Andy. Not even that I necessarily know the. It's actually hilarious because how can you get away with doing one opening, like that? But so he's gonna attack this, but I can't really worry about it because you know what I mean. If you're gonna do it, then do it, and it's fine. And maybe it's not fine, but there's nothing I can do about it. Like you might have thought, oh, I could have done the same thing, but I couldn't because then I would lose the pawn, right? I would effectively lose the pawn, so. And this is kind of bad because, okay, now the light square bishop becomes vastly less effective. If he doesn't push this out, I can do this and double attack it. And that is actually a strong, fuck you. That is actually a strong double attack for the simple fact that now I'm getting 2 trade happy again. Getting 2 trade happy again. I'm still holding off the castle too long. He could have like took, then if I took, then he took, then he's attacking. Like that could have been potentially a damaging play for sure that I'm reverting back now. Not even saying I've been playing that well, but like you got to be a little more disciplined. You got to deny the trades when you can. You get to here, but you can't do it. Most things with the knight that applies to it. You whatever you think you could do, should do, want to do, you just can't do anything. So now we're 2 knights versus 2 bishops in a relatively open position. It's going to be the same shit over and over that we end up dealing with. I'd like to do this, but you just can't. That's the problem, right? Because you're in a position to basically not be able to take it. It might be like a weird move like this that you end up having to do. Because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I don't know. I really don't know. There's some crazy shit like that too. Yeah, he would do that, then I take, then he takes. And so I can't necessarily do that either. I don't know what I can do about the light square diagonal. Actually, I have no idea. This seems like a bad move, but he's double attacking and I'm double covering. So no matter what you do, it's going to be the same thing. Like, you're never going to be able to triple attack that unless you bring, like, a rook in. So we're both going to try to basically go for this idea. He tries to take there, but he can't do it. And so it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth sequence because you get to basically... you get to basically figure a way to... you can go back and double attack that again, but then I'll just go back again. Or I can try to cover it with something else. He cover it with the queen. Just don't sack a piece, dude. He wants... oh, shit, what did I do there? He wants to sack a piece, so you can almost go to here, or you could almost just raise it now and just let it go because of the simple fact that... but see, then he could sack and then he could do this, but then he can't because the rook is still there. So you're getting it all on a dark square formation, even though he does have a dark square bishop. You do a little cheeky move like that, but it doesn't do anything. I can't say for sure whether this is good or not, though. See, that's the thing. I don't know whether it's good. Because, like, let's say he attacks the bishop, the knight then. Right, then you can never cover it with this way. I don't know. I don't want to waste too much time, but... I mean, I'd settle for the trade. I got no problem with it. And it's in a natural way that doesn't cost me anything. Right, so that's perfectly fine. If he takes, I take. If I take, he takes. Like, it's not really anything crazy, but this could be a problem. That he'll end up doing that. So I wish I could have done that sort of thing. So maybe that's one thing that the trade sort of punishes a little bit. But you can get the knight there. You can get the knight there, so you don't even have to worry about the pawns as much. If he keeps going, I can raise the pawn. If he doesn't take and leaves it there, I can raise the pawn. If he takes, I can bring the knight. And even though you might think it's not so bad, if you move the bishop away so that I don't trade for it, you're going to be guaranteed to give up the pawn. And so even though oh, well, wait a second. Oh, but he's so cocksure of himself in that regard. He would take would it be worth it? That's the thing. Would it be worth it to let that happen? I would take this, he would take this. Then I would take this, he would take this. I'm going to do it. The point is that... Okay. It's still totally even as far as I can tell. This pawn just seemed like an awkward one out that I maybe can exploit, right? There was nothing, no other special meaning really to that, and my eagerness to trade is getting a little bit laughable almost, but you have, you know, a little idea here. Just gotta focus all the way, all the way. You attack this. If he raises, I take. Cover it with the thing. Cover it with the rook. I bring this to here, maybe. It's a very even position. Very fine. You can't go there. Can't do anything with that. Basically, just can't do anything at all. And so everything is on the dark square besides this one. So I could certainly understand his capability to maybe try to do that. But I don't know exactly how to attack that. Maybe you go here. And then if you raise the pawn to attack it, I could, you know. Doesn't seem like a very good move, but I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing with that. He raises, I simply take it. So this is a weakling pawn. Like, it doesn't mean you'll win the game because of it. In fact, quite frankly, it should be another draw, right? And that would almost be fine with me because we're trying to just... Okay, we go to here. He goes there. I go to here. Then we double attack it. Then if he tries to put the rook there, then I do this. Then if he takes, then I still take. Right, so it's fine. It doesn't seem like a good move, right? It doesn't seem like it. Now he can do basically the same thing, right? And so therefore raises the problem of what we're trying to do here, because if you just he would raise, I would take, and everything is fine, but it's like, I don't know. I don't want to put them on light squares either, but I'm having trouble with this position. If you just move something away, whether it be the knight or whether it be that, you can put an octopus knight. Put an octopus knight there and leave it on a dark square that nothing can take. The only weak pawn is this, and he could potentially put the bishop there to stop me from covering it. But again, you have to realize what is actually going to be attacking it. The more important, pertinent one that you probably will have to cover is this pawn here, because then you have to realize that the light square bishop can potentially attack it pretty easily. And so you create the octopus knight, 100% perfectly fine. Attack the bishop. Whatever you got is good. Right, so we're trying to exploit this bishop's dark square, light square capability as much as possible. You go to there, perfectly fine. I don't know exactly what I should be doing with this, but he might go down to there, but he's not even able to, really. So what you can do is you can try to take this, but it's not really going to work. This pawn, like I said, is an odd one out, but there's nothing I can really do about it. You can't really cover that, so that's going to be his maybe main point of attack. If you raise this, I take. If you raise this, I take. If you raise this, I take. You come back, you cover it. A lot of back and forth repetitious movement. You could easily go to here, and then you're double attacking it as well. So that makes that an easy target. But then you could always raise it too. I mean, you go ahead, you do it like that, but we're at least getting him to move around a little bit in a way that could be a little bit desirable, I suppose. Now we go like this, and if he takes, then I still take. Right. If he takes, then I still take. But he raises, right? He raises. That's the problem. It doesn't allow me to take. It allows him to not take, but then raise it. He'll raise it. And then if he raises it, it's trouble too. You gotta watch the stupid bishop's diagonal, which isn't even too long of a diagonal now. We got 2 minutes left, which is not really enough, but it's okay. We gotta do something with this. We gotta put this here and then raise this. Then if he takes, then I still take. Something weird like that, but it's a tough game, but it's okay. It's gonna be a long one here. I'm gonna have trouble with time. You go ahead, you pin it down. That should be a relatively good thing to do. Even if you cover it like with the pawn, you're already covered with the pawn. So what you get to do is you get to basically do it here. So if he takes, then I still take. How about that? How about that? If he takes, I still take. Then otherwise you simply let me take, which is not the end of the world because you can just take back. But it's just like kind of trying to make something happen, and then you get a thing there that could potentially be a weakness for me as well. I'm kind of giving up my Octopus Knight in a way that's not really that good to do. Like I shouldn't have done that. But your best option here is just like don't take and just don't do anything and just don't worry about it because there's nothing to really worry about. It's just like the same thing that we had before. But yeah, these pawns are a little bit awkward, and they are going to be kind of my downfall, I guess. You can't really target this too easily. He's giving this move a lot of thought, but again, he's very fast, and he's moved a lot better than me, moved faster than me, I mean. You can unleash that, but I almost failed to see what the unleash is going to do for us. We're going to take there, he takes, right? You take, and then I think the knight actually wins this, but I have to just use it properly. It's like, oh no, he'll take that, but he won't be able to. But then again, I'll have to give up my knight to do it. It seems like the natural sequence to take that, but I think the knight actually wins this, so that's the thing that's weird about this position. The knight might win it, but do I win it? That's the thing. He's not even up a pawn, though. That's the thing. It's just like these pawns might be so awkward that you end up... Can you really not... Okay, we can put it there. Now you're covering everything that the bishop could possibly do in its entire existence. And so now you get to try to... Fuck you. I'm going to walk my king all the way out, and we're going to focus on this side. And so let's see what he can do about it. Let's see if he can stop me deal with this side, because I'm already up to here. And at some point, we might be able to get a check or something good in here. We'll check and fork your stupid-ass bishop. So this is perfectly fine, or we can push that around, but this is good. So you have to worry about this, because you're not going to go to the other side and ignore this, right? If it means that... You know what I mean? You're going to be kind of screwed there. So you can go ahead and cover it with the bishop or something. Like, what is he doing? What is he doing? Why is he doing it? Why is he doing it? It kind of scares me when people behave like this because it feels weird, like unnatural. Very unnatural. You check there, but I can still simply take. So you're only single attacking everything. You got to double attack something. You could go there, But then as long as we're off to the races with at least one of them, we have some potential point into here. The endgame master strikes again. No stalemate, no nothing. Push a pawn, cover pawn. You can do whatever you want on that side. I don't even care. Oh, fuck you, though. But it doesn't matter because you could just keep going with it. So people keep falling apart in the end game, like where I'm not even doing anything to earn it. So you're just kind of frustrating them through attrition to say that, like, oh, haha, look at me, I'm a fucking clown, and I'm just gonna draw and trade and stale position, and then I end up winning. He was actually winning there a little bit though. I don't understand how. That must have been some sort of trade that I offered to him in such a way that we're basically able to appreciate. Really though, really? Yeah. See the. Wait, what? But how is he winning because of that? I don't understand. Show me the line. Show me the line. How do you win? How do you win? How do you win this? I don't get it. What? Oh, just that simple, huh? I guess just study endgames. You should just know endgames. So we go ahead, we do this one here. I guess you could say we're on fire there. Okay, focus, focus. Don't get overconfident. I haven't even been playing well, but it is what it is. Just be slow, be calm, be collected. Go ahead, cover this back, all reactionary moves. That's a very unusual move, and what does it allow me to do? It allows me to check here and then potentially trade regardless of anything else that may happen, right? Just simply trade if it's a bishop, just trade, fine. Bishop for bishop is always fine. If it's going to be bishop for knight, then you at least have to give it a second thought. You go to here, he would take, not really worth it for me to worry about doing. You could go ahead, try to pin this down if he goes back with the queen, to the extent that you're basically able to do that, like just go to here. At least it opens up a potential diagonal for the bishop. I don't know if it's worth it to do it now, though. See, that's the thing. Maybe I should just go the other way with it. And it's kind of confusing to even do that because you really... Or we could go for the other thing now, the V shape. We go for the V shape because there is no light square bishop to account for, so then we can just accept the fact. So you go here, I can simply take. You go here, I'm not really too worried about it. Although that can be an annoying spot for it to perch on, for sure, for the time being. This is looking to be a nice little pawn structure here. You can always cover it there. He does have the dark square bishop, so that could be the one cover point that's a little bit hard to do. It doesn't mean he'll have a very easy access to that diagonal, but he still potentially has it. So what you can do now is you can simply decide to you could decide to trade, or you could decide to leave it there for now. And I'll leave it there for now. I'll simply castle. I'm not going to worry about it. I would much rather if he traded, but something bad could happen if I let this position stay as it is, but I don't see exactly what it is that is so bad. You have to trust your own calculation, but you also have to put forward the effort to do it, which I maybe have been doing a little bit, but let me try to keep doing it and increasing it. There's no limit. See, that's the thing with calculation. That's the one part about chess that I actually do like, right? Is the fact that you can't do that. It's the fact that you basically can calculate as much as you want, as much as you possibly can, and it's like, you know, there's no end to it. Even if you were to double attack that, you still can't do anything because... Like, it seems dumb, but I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Like, this dark square bishop is going to be bad, I guess, as a result. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He takes, but again, why would I want to do that necessarily to my own pawn? So you're going to move this fucker out of the way and then try to figure out something on the other side. Let's see what sort of attacking ideas he comes up with here. So you almost want to go with this pawn, and I do like that capability. Is you push this with impunity, and you don't have any diagonal to worry about because it blocks off his diagonal towards my king too. But presumably, I guess he wanted this bishop here, so it really wasn't the same thing. He goes here, takes. I would take, he would take, fine. I'm actually kind of okay with this general proposition to say that you'd basically be in a position where you want to keep pushing it towards the king, and that seems like a very strong idea to do. Regardless of what he does, it can make him pretty uncomfortable and potentially open the king and things of that nature. So if he takes, I can't take back, or I can take back, but I take back with the rook. So there's really no threat posed by that, right? Like I don't see the point in taking. There's nothing. He takes, I take, fine. Nothing's lost, nothing's bad. So just ignore it. Just keep going with this. Cute little threat. You can always end Pizan if he does that. You can always just take. Even the act of taking isn't that good though, because it just opens his rook or whatever. It's not that big of a deal. We could try to double stack on there. The one piece that is a question mark here, for sure, is the simple fact of the dark square bishop. And the reason why that's a question mark is because of the simple fact that you're able to not actually do anything with it. And the reason why you're not actually able to do anything with it is because of the simple fact that, like, it's not doing anything there anyway. I don't know what he's doing with the pawns. You're trying to attack it there. You can create a double diagonal there. You can try to pin it down there. You can try to take it there, then create an octopus knight there. He's not going to let me do that, but I can still just simply target. This is a good excuse to at least get the piece involved in some way. Sometimes this move can be very strong, but in this particular situation, he has too much there that is going to be active, so I think it's unlikely that it actually will be strong. Now, this one, we simply just attack it, right? That seems like a good thing to do. He blocks it off perfectly fine. I got no problem. I got no problem because it's going to be the same shit over and over that we end up doing. And so we basically create this. If he pushes, I can't really do anything about it, so it's not really that good of a thing to do, right? Like, why can't you just do that? He would take, I would take, he would still take. Like, what do you really do, I wonder, to convert this into something good? Maybe you keep going even with that, but this just is not as good as what it seems. Maybe you just go with more force. Like, you just go double stack it. Like, at some point, I don't really know what I'm doing. The problem is he can bring the bishop there in kind of an awkward, annoying way. This one isn't going to necessarily work, so be aware of the dark square. That's the key phrase in this game. There's nothing you can do with that, so you're just going to try to body block it, right? And so you can go to here, but you can't. That's the problem. You can't do it. You want to create the octopus knight is one thing that I want to do. And the reason why I want to do it is because he can't really deal with it too easily. And the reason why he can't deal with it too easily is because of the simple fact that his knight is a little bit out of position, but it's not necessarily that hard to stop now either. Wait, what? Okay, that doesn't do anything either. So he could still try to trade, but at least I would get the trade initiation clause maybe to go along with it. This also covers the key square. This is going to be relevant for the sake of pushing that pawn as well. You end up blocking your own diagonal, even despite the fact that you're blocking mine. But then again, I guess his piece wasn't expected to necessarily be quite as good. So I don't necessarily want to take, but I feel like I have to, so I don't understand. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. So now you pin the sucker down, even though it's covered by the dark square bishop, it still prevents him from doing the first trade. Right, so now, and it gives me a good use for the bishop. So now I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. It's still not really anything too special, but it's like, now you guarantee the octopus knight. That's the reason why it's good. Right, you guarantee the octopus knight's position because now there's nothing you can do about it ever in your life. And the reason why there's nothing you can do about it ever in your life is because of the simple fact that I'm not going to take that, right? I'm not going to take it. And so now you just sit on that fucking octopus knight for the rest of your life and just try to enjoy the victory and success that it should bring you, because it is exactly how an expert would play that, despite how much I dislike the knight at times. Now you go to here. So now if he takes, okay, if he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I still take. Beyond that, if he If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. Okay, so you can do this move with impunity now, with the strength of the Octopus Knight, right, considered. And this should be a very strong move, all things considered. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I still take. So at some point, he simply can't take. The problem is I still don't know how exactly to exploit that fully, because it's not going to be super obvious. Like, he just raised the pawn, and then what? Like, I don't know. But because of the Octopus Knight's strength and its inability to be pushed out, that pawn is invincible. So you actually are going to be in a very happy, positive spot to try to mate your dumbass with the queen, because now you no longer need that cover. The problem is you can't even still necessarily get there. He could bring the bishop, but I simply take. So now he'll have to do something else drastic to potentially account for that, because now it's gonna take some patience to make this happen. There's no question about it. So now, even if you move the thing, oh my god. Now here's where you would almost sack a piece, or like push the pawns more aggressively, because you're in such a cocksure mating position that might actually be the correct thing to do. All you have to do is get your queen in there, period. But you can't really do it as easily as I would have thought, and I'm not going to sack a piece necessarily to do it. Like, what is the weak link? One. Now I'd have to double attack something. Fuck. If I push to here, then if he takes, then I take. Then it's still not a sure thing. Like, I don't know. You'd want to double attack it, but you just can't do it. Like, how do I do it? Fuck, man. I mean, I can take a draw, but like, I'm out of ideas already. How the fuck do you do this? Check. Then he goes back, and then I can't necessarily still mate. I mean, you got the Octopus Knight that you want, so even though it says even material, I'm sure you're winning at least by a little bit. He might give up a fork or something crazy at some point here. You don't even need the rook there, so I'm thinking about all these other things you can do with it. But the dark square bishop is actually pretty well aligned to try to stop that. So you'd almost have to push something else altogether here. Like, that would be good. So even if I wanted the pawn to go, right, it would be a fork. This is fucking bullshit, dude. This is bullshit. Fucker. Now I'm gonna get passive and actually end up losing. This is actually fucking... So it's open from a light square. It's open from a light square, and the reason why that's relevant is because you basically get to... I don't know what you get to do. Actually, I have no idea. So you go into here, maybe you try to check and take there. Like there's something forced that can happen here, but I don't know what it is. Because, okay, you go to here, you're threatening there, you're threatening there. It's the only idea that I have, really. You still... Wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So I'd have to go here then to secure that. So he's gone through tremendous lengths to try to stop me from being able to take that. But it is still all in vain because you can't do it, even though I'm being very slow about it. You can create the rarely seen triple stack, go here, something like that could be an attacking idea. You go ahead, you take there, he can't take, but then he can take with this. So I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. He's attacking the rook itself, which doesn't really seem to matter too much right now. Could always be something better, but I just don't know what it is. If there is... Just don't fall asleep now. We can focus. He's got another attacker on there. So if I go here, what does that enable me to do? If he takes there, I can take there. Something like that. Do I really need all this cover even? Fuck. God damn it. Okay, so it's the best we can do. He could take it now. He could take it now with the simple fact that I would take... Let him take. Let him take. I don't know. Just do something. I don't care anymore. I would take, he would take, I would take, he can't take. So, like, you got to keep beating these threats like a dead horse, and you shouldn't be worried about your own pawns in a position where you're so aggressively inclined. But it felt like he could have taken that pawn, or he can even take it now. So what if we do, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So what if I just don't even worry about it then? Right, like you could take any time you potentially want, and you have a check there, whatever. He does that. You go ahead, take here. He finally gives me an opening, though, at long last. So now you go to here or something. Fuck. I don't know. I'll just trade because I can't necessarily figure it out, not because it's necessarily that good. So you go to here, check it like that. Right, everything is fine with that position, but I can't figure out still necessarily how to do this to actually mate your dumbass. And so, but you win a rook. You win a rook. And then you basically just try to liquidate, trade the queen, trade everything. Don't really even care too much about that. You go ahead, you take. You got 39 seconds left. That's the right way to play it because you basically, you're good. That was a crushing, brutal attack to get to what I think is my longest win streak actually ever. Do you think maybe I was kind of motivated or engaged? Like, you almost want to keep going during a session like this. But look, dude, now I'll get overconfident again and do the same thing again. But at least the effort level in these last several games was high, although some of those I kind of... See, I escaped a draw with a win. It's not that I escaped necessarily a loss in too many of those. But at least if you play like that solid, like... I don't know how to explain these ups and downs that I have, but or at least in the vicinity of where I was before, so that's okay. Now I'll just relax because I don't have all the time in the world to do this, but that's a good... See, you're either winning most of the way and then you end up drawing, but you should never be losing, right? One blunder, what was it? I've kind of given up analyzing my games too. But I mean, again, this is what I mean. That's a blunder, but is it really a blunder? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna win anyway. Like, that's not an important one to worry about, right? It wouldn't have done anything for you, so we still get to keep this one. So let's say she brag about it now. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That actually is my highest one now because it was 7. The only thing I'll qualify with that is the fact that basically you're in a position to, you know, sometimes you'll get a draw and that ends the streak, even though it shouldn't, or sometimes you'll get a loss against a viewer or, like, you know, a friend who's much higher rated, like 2,000 plus. Like, those don't necessarily really count. At least we're within striking distance, and again, that was a good streak, but it doesn't mean that it'll carry over because I have these ups and downs. Like, let's actually look at one or two of these just to try... Well, I don't know, like... Let's look at the analysis graph just to show, like, what was the original... what was the whole idea behind it? Wait, that's only 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so maybe the newest one is there. Just looking at the graph to show me, like, okay, what do you have here in terms of you're losing a little bit here. There's no question about it. Minus 4.8, 4.4. So he did kind of fuck that one up. And that's even the one that started the whole thing, isn't it? So that one wasn't necessarily convincing. Like, how many of these were convincing? This one's convincing because black is winning the whole way or drawing, right? Black had 0% chance objectively to lose this game. And of course, black is me. So that one's convincing. This one is relatively convincing, I guess, but not really, actually. But see, people aren't really gonna know how to play these. But then again, that one was pretty obvious. I was even shocked why he played it like that. So that one I should have lost. But again, I'm not gonna say coulda, shoulda. Okay, that one's this one's a draw, but he actually just quit out. So I don't. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, some of these are not, the majority of them are not really convincing. Then this guy blunders his queen, but again, you have, fuck, we're sort of de-romanticizing our own thing. This one's convincing because you're winning the whole way, right? There's nothing, you can't even see black anywhere on that board. But that was actually a tough game, too. They fought really hard. So now here I'm black, and I'm able to basically say, okay, it's pretty much convincing. Actually, this one I would say, because this is a blunder, yes, but I don't even understand it because, like, you try to show me how that's winning. I don't even understand it as I'm looking at it. How are you supposed to tell me? Like, it's really just that simple that you would either you keep going, or if I take, you take, and then you just win. Like, it's just that simple. That's all you have to do. I guess if we looked at it a little further, now I'm gonna get banned for, like, haha, because, like, how would you know? I don't know. Like, look, 94%. Like, what the fuck is that? I'd be mad if somebody had that against me. It didn't even seem like it because I wasn't winning by that much, but, like, what was the one blunder? It's even only at the end. So I played what? Like, pretty much fucking perfectly the rest of the way? I get the little pass pawn. I'm doing the Octopus Knight. Like, look, dude, like, what more do you want? This is what this game, like, yes, I won, but what do you want from me? I don't get it. In this overly competitive try hard class. Now it wants you to give up the Octopus Knight. Like, why the fuck would you give up the wait, what? What? But it's not even, what's going on, bro? Like, this is why you can't look at the engine. What the fuck is that? You give up the whatever. Like, yeah, yes, of course, I should have just done that. But again, I'm mostly seeing the correct moves, or I'm at least getting in generally the correct position, because it's never just that obvious. We get the rarely seen triple stack. That just seems like a good sort of thing. See, even this you can do, but it's not super clear why you can do it. Because you can't take there, but you're trying to get there, which eventually I do get to. I like this, though, because it's sort of embracing attacking chess in a way that obviously is not my forte. And see, we're satisfied sometimes too easily with that. Like, oh, we won the rook and then we're going to win, which is true, which is absolutely correct. It's just a question of, you know what could have been actually interesting? If you do this, then do this, then do that. No, but the king can go there. Sometimes that kind of fucks you over, though. It's like, if the rook had to come back, right? If the rook had to come back to cover it and the king was too far away, then, you know what I mean? You wouldn't be able to, and you would actually lose. But obviously, we know the king's right there, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay, so here we broke on the last session my best win streak of all time. Not to get overconfident, because this is what my one weakness, that whenever you're doing well in these kind of situations, we kind of recovered back to, it doesn't show the percentages anymore. You're better than X number of people, right? You used to say that, so I don't know why they changed that. Right, 16, 10. Like, where did the whole percentile stuff go? Like, where it says, maybe that's just on another page where they got rid of it for some reason to make it feel like, whatever, you're not making everybody feel bad how many people are better than them, but it's actually pretty generous. Like, you're 1,700, but you're better than the vast majority of people, like 70+%, whatever. So yeah, not to get overconfident here. Of course, drawing it does technically break it, but we're obviously doing something right, so let's try to maintain it. I just feel like it's been a high effort sort of calculation or whatever it is that I'm doing. So just kind of play, very disciplined. Don't go too fast, but you still have to be fast. Like, see, this I don't know. That's the thing. I don't really know what to do with that. You still want to develop like a normal position, I would assume. Right, but now he's going to do something weird. In a way, yeah, that's kind of a bad move, because what did that really do? You knew that could happen. And even though you arguably want it on this side, you can't even give the check. So that was kind of a wasted move. Now he can take there. And then the knight becomes a nightmare to actually develop. So we're kind of posing a number of problems for myself. You go here. I would take, he would take. I would take, he would take. The point being just, we should trade, I don't like how this is going already. We should trade something off just because of the way this position is going. So that's still pinned. I'm going to assume that I can do this now, but I'm really not thinking about it enough here. If he raises this technically you can't do anything with because it's going to be into the pin to the king there. Like, all I tried to do here is, like, I'm just trying to castle. That's why I get mad when something happens, because, you know what I mean? Like, just let me do that. Now, if you beat me, okay, go ahead. But it's like your position can be completely busted by now. Like, I already made some mistakes, I think. Like, that bishop move probably wasn't right. I don't know what you're actually supposed to do with it there. Maybe leave it. Like, see, you're not supposed to worry about those sort of gambit pawns. Like, you put it there to try to cover that one that he ended up taking, but if you go here, you can pin this one down as well. So the knights are potentially in a tough spot. You technically can't even do that. So this is kind of cute because what you get to do is you potentially should probably be able to win a pawn here, but maybe not. Or rather, the other one can move now. The other one can move now, but you know, you give up one pin for another. I can't say that I'm doing really very much with this that's going to be too useful. Like, basically, you can attack this one now. His bishops are reasonably well positioned, but it's nothing crazy. So you got to calculate all the way. Don't get lazy. Don't get overconfident. Again, either in the course of the overall experience of game to game, or in one specific game where it seems like you're winning or something like that. And so now, my inclination, I would take, he would take, and then I could take there. So it's almost like I'd want to do this first, but I don't know. That's the thing. I think it's very unlikely. Let's go for it because he's not threatening anything immediately with it that's that big of a deal. So I could feel like, oh, I'm de facto saving it. I don't know why, though, really, I did that. Now, he would take... It's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. He would take there, then I could take... But I wouldn't. I would go. So it fucks up my pawns. See, I tried to do something almost fancy or stupid here, and it's like... But it could fuck up his pawns, too. But, like, I would take, then let him take. Like, why would you let him do that, you know? So this is cute because if he takes with the wrong piece, then you could lose the queen. If you take with the pawn, you lose the queen, but clearly you shouldn't be even thinking like that because you know he's good enough to not do that. Now, the one thing you have here that could be good is this. Because now you're double attacking that. It still probably isn't that big of a deal because, I mean, he's thinking about it long enough to obviously see that you can't take with that. But no, I like the little pin. We get the double attack. Like you're doing things that make sense, but nothing is going to be good enough. That's what you have to realize. Don't expect it to be a home run play or like a, you know, just it's going to take some time. So if you take with this, nothing happens. Like, you're in a perfectly fine position. You go like this. Now the problem is he's going to start to threaten me in some way that I have to react to. Never mind the whole knight and stuff, but because I'm a tunnel vision clown, we get to still do that. And so what this enables you to do is really nothing, because I would take, he would take with that, and I can't take. So at most, like, oh, I'm going to double stack his pawn, right? Because he can't take with the queen, or he even still can though. See, he has. I would take. No, it's the same principle though, because he wouldn't give up a knight and a rook for that, so he still has to take with that. He could like raise the pawn and do something with that. So here I should almost just take because, or maybe not, I don't know, but I can't even do that. So you would like to think you would have gotten something out of that, but you just don't. I should almost just finish my development, but there's nothing I can do with this, so I'm being a little bit lazy here for sure, and he's gonna have something open up. Like his other side is way too strong. Right, his attack is, there's too many pieces going in the same direction. Now you have to take it with the pawn, which was the case originally anyway. So it's not like that really matters too much. But no, I'm very worried about this side, and I might not be able to figure out exactly how to stop all these threats because it's just too much, right? There's just too much going on. You triple attack this, you could do a number of things. Yeah, we go through all that. Like see, even the sequence in which I traded that wasn't necessary. I was like hoping he'd make a mistake, which you shouldn't really do. It didn't really cost me anything, but it's still like the only move is just take with the pawn. It's not really a big deal. Right, so you're ultimately able to basically develop this and attack this, which is not really a big deal at all. You're double attacking this. You could do something here that would allow you to not move that as well. But I mean, you got to just get this done, right? I get distracted with all these other meandering, stupid things. It's a pretty simple thing. So he's going to lose because of the double stack pawn. Also, he's going to win because of all this crazy shit that he's doing. I'm not seeing anything immediately that he's doing, but obviously this is bad. Now he's giving me that extra material, right, for what it's worth. So if I just survive it, but it won't really be that because he's attacking there. So you might think, oh, it's fairly obvious that we just raise this, but then you open this. If I do this, it's not going to be easy, whatever it is that we have to do, right? It's going to be confusing. So you have to basically figure a way to negate all these threats together. He's going to end up going there and then targeting this, right, which I can't really do anything about. So if I do this, then he'll try to scooch his way in there in a way that I probably won't be able to stop. Right, so think about it. You go here, he goes there, into there, into there. And you can't even move that one. Well, the only options are this or this. And so you go here, right? You go here. Then he goes there. Then you almost go there. Then this one isn't covered. So you go here, he goes there, you go there, but then he takes. This seems bad because it's going to open up too many things that you can do. If only my own Darksphere Bishop was in a better position. I'm almost thinking like he brings the queen there. If he brings the rook there, I could be in trouble. But if he brings the queen there, I just bring my queen there, and then you try to trade, even though that's probably not too good either. See, he's missing a move here, or he's like skipping a move. So like, if it doesn't pay off and I save that, then that could be good. But I'm not the type of player to really take advantage of that. Like, he should just keep on the threat. You go here, I go here, you go here. Now we're in trouble. Because really, there's nothing I can do about it. That's the thing. Right? There's nothing I can do. I can't cover it. So I can't even move this. You've given him a bishop pair in a position that doesn't feel like it's even really that good. Because of the fact that the bishop pair is not that good because this one's in a weird spot, right? Like where it's too much out in the open. Even this one could potentially get trapped, but it's just not materializing. I don't think even the lack of development for the knight has really been the issue here. Like, why is he highlighted in blue there? Yeah, I don't like the way this one has really gone. I'm sure he has some crushing attacks. Like this is a very strong move because I can't figure out even what to do with it. You could go here, but then you're opening up way too many things. Like, there's gonna be nothing you can do with that. That's a good little cute sack play. And so the thing is that you almost have to do this. You give a cute little check, but you really can't. You go here, and then look. If he takes, I just take the queen. If he takes there, I could still take. It prevents the mate. So I mean, certainly the position is good for him, but maybe I don't know. Like you see what's happening, but it's hard. But now you don't give up or you don't get dejected. We technically are up a piece, and maybe we could escape with a check. But again, this is not where the priority of the game is really at. And unfortunately, my bishop was so out of position that even though we have the same color bishop here, in this situation, like, mine can't really counter it or do anything because it's just, I didn't really know what I was doing with it in that sense. Now, is he going to have to trade? I don't feel like he does. Or maybe he does, which would be a dream come true, but no, he can escape somewhere like there again or something, but and then he can always do something weird like that. Like even if he was to go there, then I would take, then he would take, then I can't take, and it creates like a similarly disturbing position to be in. But just like these pieces are not really doing anything. They're not attacking, they're not defending, right? They're kind of useless, and my defensive nature kind of coming out doesn't help because because of the simple fact that you're basically able to, I'm not using them effectively, so I should accept that. I was maybe trying to do a little bit too much there or something. So probably if he still completes that threat, right, I still won't be able to cover that. So it's like, you go there, and then I'll take this, and then you'll take this, and then not only can I not take, but then you can also take there, which creates all kind of problems later. Because I can neither move this nor cover this with anything. He's certainly using a lot of his time, but it probably will be something that costs me the game. But he doesn't do it exactly the right way. Now, again, is this position advantageous to him? Yes. But it's fine. Like, if I could just get the king out of there, then we'd be fine, but this is maybe exactly what he wants me to do, but I don't know. It's still fine. What? It's one of those moves you just fall asleep, so the problem is he'll keep coming back there, and the problem is I can't move my king. Like, there's nothing you can do. So what the fuck? I just threw. I just give up. Fine. Whatever, bro. See, it's all me. Like, Whatever. You can do whatever you want. You can take a pawn. You can just fucking do whatever you want. I guess you think, like, oh, maybe he made a mistake after that long sequence, but I mean, I had plenty of time to think about it and stuff, too. Now, he's at least got to get out of there. What I'm a little bit annoyed by is the inability of myself to actually, the inability to actually, the problem is he could do like that kind of thing, right? Like you could take whatever, and then you do this, right? But then he does this, then I take, then he takes, then I still take, and so I'll still do it though. So now he'll take there, I'll take, he'll take, I'll take, but then he gave up the bishop, right, for nothing. So that is kind of a cheeky way, cute way to try to do it, because you can't move the bishop, otherwise I take the rook. You can't cover it with that. You go here, but again, you're just giving it up for one pawn. Right, so it's still fine. He's only +1 then, right, at that point? No, you can't do that, obviously, because we'll take there. Okay, this is a very manageable position. This pawn should be easy pickings, too. The problem is my pawns are too weirdly structured right now. So we're threatening here. We can be threatening here as well in a moment. He's a little bit low on time. This has been a frustrating one, but again, even if we get a draw, that's fine with me. It doesn't always have to be this way. So he's attacking there. I almost feel like I shouldn't care about... but I guess this move doesn't cost me anything. Like, you can still target both of these. He'll go to there or something. See, now we're doing a dynamic double threat. Now, there's no way for him to possibly cover that. Not that this one helps me, because, of course, we're in the same position of not having a pass pawn there. And these two are very awkward that he probably could deal with later on, but... So now, what exactly you would do here, I genuinely don't know. Pushes a pawn to there. Let me try to get behind. His rook is in a very awkward spot, so that poses some problems for him for sure. Like, you go here. There's really not much going on with it, though. I mean, he's going to cover those two no matter what. Could try to, like, march my pawns up the board and see if that poses something, but you can go like this. You can go like try to bring the king into there because his thing can't target that. Maybe like you cover, then you go here. His rook is just in a weird spot where it's not exactly very desirable. So now... you shouldn't be able to really do a whole lot about that. I mean, I should be comfortable with the draw. Makes me a little bit unhappy, though, that we have to do this. Now he can come into there, which was kind of a mistake on my part to have allowed that. But at least I'm more active in this position to the extent that this is a killer move, but you can't do it because he can keep fucking harassing me like that. So now no matter what you do, you should be able to take at least one of these. He'll take that. I don't really think that I'm going to necessarily win this even, but if you take, I take there, right? So that should have some merit to it at least. Maybe not even, but you got to think about like what your thing is actually doing. He's just going to give a bunch of spam checks. But there's no way that he should win, and he should almost just flag, arguably. So now you get to do this, just give a whole bunch of checks myself. You go ahead, you trade there, and then you're able to simply promote. I've been doing pretty good in endgames, honestly, overall, I must admit. Let's just not be made to eat my words, though. You go here. Well, that's a rough game because I don't think I actually played particularly well there, but at least I stayed composed and I stayed, you know, I made a big mistake. I just blundered my bishop, which those are the kind of moves that you can't explain. Like, what is the deal? You almost just get exhausted or annoyed, and it's like, just, I should get something for all this, but I don't. Like, you sort of entitled gambit idea. Like, oh, I'm just gonna, I should have won something by now, and I'm kind of annoyed that I haven't. So it is going to be very interesting to see that. But no, I don't think that was a particularly strong game by me at all. I mean, aside from the bishop move, even my general development wasn't the best, I don't think. I don't mind, again, if I'm winning and it's a blunder that cost me that, but I think I was more so... I don't know. I think I was losing by a little bit there in the middle game. See how long the end game is compared. Like, this is the opening, this is the middle game, this is the end game, just because it becomes very repetitious and annoying. Yeah, these people seem to give you really a lot of openings in the end game, because it doesn't really feel like I should have had anything there. But yeah, see, he was winning pretty substantially. So let's try to actually review this. Unlike most of the games lately that I just haven't done. Like, what is it that I did so wrong here? I don't understand this whole position. Like, what are you supposed to do? Bring the knight, and then he brings this. How about that? Then what? Then you go here. So this is why I don't like this. What is this move? This is so stupid. Like, who's gonna do that? You leave it uncovered in a position that can both get hit by. I guess for now it can't get hit by that. We could potentially get hit by that. If you move the knight, potentially get hit by that. Like, what is this position? Don't move the knights to the edge of the board. Also, on like move 3, move 2, you're already doing it. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's a mistake. Is this a mistake? That's all. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna. That's the thing. I'm not gonna do it like that. That's the thing. I can't play like that. You can't. You can't worry about what the engine is doing. But then again, I wasn't too happy with what I did either. So, yeah, this whole Darksphere Bishop movement, the whole game was not good, and it culminated in me simply giving it up for no reason, not because he did anything to earn it, just because I kind of clowned it up. So that's a clown take, but I don't see why. You take here. He takes here. And so then what? Like, why is that good? Why is that good? Because, yeah, so if he took with that, but he could have even took with the knight, so I don't understand what the thing is. And the engine just shut off. It just doesn't want to even comprehend the position. But no, generally that opening is pretty bad. So aside from moving the knight like a clown that way, what would you do that would be acceptable? You could do this and then move the knight or something? I don't know. What is all this, bro? What is all this? What is that? Like, why do you even do that? I don't understand. Because, yeah, that's the problem with trying to play like a GM or trying to play like the engine. Even if you memorize those sequences, or even if you know, then it's a case where you're basically in a position like, unless you know how to play like them the rest of the time, it's not going to do you any good to play like that in the opening, because you know what I mean? That position is going to be too specific and too complicated and too whatever. It's going to assume that you have to do those exact right things that you're not going to know how to do in order to actually make it worthwhile. So that one, despite the fact that I obviously started off bad in the opening and stuff, it's at least good because, okay, we fought through it, so you can't get too dejected, even though I basically did. That's like a little mismatch of ratings. So I can understand maybe him aborting out. At least we get white again. But you see how unfair that can be. They'll always abort if they're not white or something. So he could do this, because I would take, and then I can't take, but you know, I try not to worry about this too much. Like, let's just go in and just don't allow the pin to occur. This might still not be the ideal bishop positioning to have, right? It might end up getting trapped out in purgatory here a little bit. You want to stop the pin, you want to save the thing, you can't pin that down. See, I would rather make this move than this move, even though this is better, because what ends up happening is the simple fact that, you know, something might happen where you get pinned and you can't stop it if you threaten something with this, which he really can't do. If he does do this, he gives me like an optimal octopus knight positioning. See, he's doing too much right now. This is what you call like just weird play, because there's nothing. I don't know. See, like, even the Darksphere Bishop, I don't know where to put it, because this combination of either a pawn here, pawn there, the pawns are both attacking and the knight's attacking, but whatever. Let's just go here. This last piece of development is so difficult to do. Just concentrate all the way, all the time. So you go to here, I would take. I would take, he would take, I would still take with ease, with impunity, with an extra cover there. I would do this, so I can do this, but I really can't do it, so I don't even understand it. I should still stop the pin from occurring. Like, let's just do it. Just out of my own paranoia or something. If he takes there, it's fine. I can always just do this too, for whatever it's worth. Not that it's necessary. You could have done that and it's not considered bad, but Let's take a second here. You could go there, which almost forces the trade if I assume this one's not going to be good. I can't really say, in fact, which one will or won't be good here at all. But this is what doesn't make sense. Maybe you put it here, then you can go there. Even though it leaves this, like, it's so confusing how you would be expected to deal with this. You go here, then you go here, then he takes. Like, I don't know. This fucking structure doesn't make any sense. That is naturally what you're typically supposed to. Like, I'll try it, but no, I don't know. These are the kind of moves that get me in trouble because, like, I don't know what's happening with this, and I just can't explain it. So just forget it. Don't even try to do anything with it then. So now just go for this instead. When in doubt, just always go for this kind of pawn push. Right, because I don't see what the problem with it could be. If he takes, I simply take with the rook, with the bishop. If you go to here, this can be a strong attacking idea. If he goes to here, he can't take, can't do anything there. I would take. I don't really see entirely what it does, so I'll just ignore it, but it does allow you to do that. So now, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, but now maybe it's not as strong because of the pawn situation. And the reason why is because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, I could check. It would still be a good move, actually. Like, it's not bad, but it just leaves this pawn kind of too much by itself in a way that's probably not going to be good. It's hard to say what you would really do with that one. Like, I don't get it. This is where the whole trade fiending comes into play. I guess you could do this now, because you could just take, right, and maybe I could reorient the bishop in some way that could be good. As he gave up the cover there, that was so annoying. So if he takes, then you put the bishop there or something, and even then I don't understand how you're going to cover this one necessarily. He pushes to there. So now, even though that's an octopus knight, you have the light square diagonal. So I almost feel compelled to do that, but you're probably not supposed to do it, and it's hard to figure out actually exactly why. Because you could hit this, both, and then what would that do? It would guarantee possibly the better diagonal for you, but it also creates a pretty good diagonal for him. Right now he'll move this one, but now you already get something out of it. You already get something because you take that. This could be good too. But then you have all kind of options here. I kind of want to put this there. I don't know why I feel like this one's actually even better, because you're attacking the queen, and then he might not be able to cover that one, but that's also kind of greedy at the same time. So you go here, and then you're taking this, but you can't really do it because you're still under the pressure of the thing. So if you go here, I can still take. What I wanted to kind of do, wait, what? Well, that's fine. I certainly didn't think he had to do that. And now you lost your castle as well. So now all you have to do will kind of try to break up this structure, I guess. It's important not to get cocky or anything like that here at this stage, because what you have is the ideal octopus knight myself. You go here, but then you can't because of that. He ends up going there, which doesn't have anything to do with me. Now you can go here, and then you can just move the rook if he comes back. If he comes back, then I move the rook. Then I want to put the bishop, I guess, there, although I'm not entirely sure still. But you don't want like this sort of pin opportunity to be able to take with the bishop, you know, like how it was before. So you got to look out. You can see I would do this just because like, okay, we'll get to take, even though mine's an octopus knight, but even though he could still end up trading and taking it anyway for what that's worth. So now you could go give a check there. And if you give a check there, he can easily, you know, whatever. He's still covering that. Give a check. He moved it. I check. If he goes there, I could check fork. So you don't have to do anything above and beyond here. You just have to figure a way to incorporate the Darkstar Bishop in a way that's actually good here. And I guess you're already guaranteeing the trade because of the simple fact that he's able to not protect the thing otherwise. The bishop, or I mean the rook. So again, this is where trade fiending is actually somewhat justified, but even then I wouldn't entirely endorse it. So you gotta watch his little octopus knight there though, but it's an octopus knight without really much of a purpose. And you might think, oh, this will give you a passed pawn if you do it, but it actually doesn't because, you know, it's already a passed pawn. These are already both passed pawns, so I don't understand what I'm doing with this. You can go maybe to here. Like I don't know. I'd be all for the trade, but I just don't know. That's the thing. This you'll just check and then you'll move, and then if you go there, I check and potentially take, but I can't take. But if I check, I don't have time for this. If I check, you have to go. You have to go. If you have to go there, then I can check again. But then you can target this, and then you're under attack there. So that seems to serve really no good purpose. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Just get out of there. Like, somehow I don't want to double stack the pawns in some undesirable way there. And that's the only reason that I'm hesitating to do that. For fuck's sake, the knight. For fuck's sake, I hate the stupid ass knight. Fucking piece of shit, man. So fucking stupid, this piece. What a piece of garbage. He'll take, then I'll take, then he'll royal for. I hate it. I hate it. It's a fucking garbage piece, man. Motherfucking piece, man. Unbelievable. Just an unbelievable piece. Just go ahead. Just do what you want, man. I'm done. This piece is a fucking cancer to the game and shouldn't exist. I don't care. I don't want it. I don't want to play anymore. It's fucking dog shit piece. I don't care. What an absolute piece of fucking shit the horse is. Fuck the horse. It's garbage. Objectively garbage. Trash. By every analytic, every metric, everything. It's fucking shit. I don't know why I'm even doing that. Like, just forget it. Just forget the game. Just leave me alone, man. I don't want to play anymore. Fucking so idiotic, man. Motherfucking stupid. I mean, that's one thing you can always count on to beat me is the knight. The knight's always gonna, it'll always beat me. I can't deal with that, like. I must confess that. Like, that's my weakness. Not your knight, but my own knight. Like, just, look, dude. I just can't do it. You're certainly being very irritating right now. I'll give it to you there. You could do something like this, I guess. You could come with his own thing there, other thing there. Okay, okay, dude, okay, okay. What the fuck is going on, bro? Like, what the fuck is happening? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you're a good player, bro. You're a good player. Just good for you. Really impressive. Really, really good, dude. Just okay. I mean, if that's how you lose, I can accept that. I can accept that any day as a loss. It's okay. It's fine with me. Doesn't really bother me. Doesn't really matter to me too much. Just I don't know what to tell you. You could try to push a couple past pawns. It's probably not going to work, and I just I just don't know. I just don't get it, but it's some realization about the night that really triggers me. I don't really like it. I'm not really too happy about it, so just whatever. It's very depressing to me that you have to do this, but you could go there, just go here. I mean, he's certainly going to take it, but he's also being very slow to address it. Like, you could have taken that one kind of already. I could have actually took that, and it's a huge mistake that I didn't, but okay, just keep going. Like, at some point, what are you going to do about it? He's going to hit that again. He's going to hit that again, and there's actually nothing I can do to cover it. So I just have to deal with it, I guess, and hope that this works out. And I also don't have any amount of time. Like, I don't know what I can do. I don't know what I can do. I have nothing in the cards. So you're about to promote. You're also attacking this, so if you move the other one, that's a factor. He kind of just ignored it the whole time. He can go there with the knight, probably is what I would assume he would do. Even if I get this, I'm probably still not going to be able to do it in 10 seconds. And of course, if he goes there, then I take the rook. 10 seconds. So either way, either you take the rook or you promote. One or the other. You take the rook or you promote. Come on, focus, focus, focus. I can figure this out. We can liquidate the position. You can liquidate the position. You can liquidate the position. Just do it, do it. Promote, or if he moves the knight to cover the thing, I take the rook. If he moves the rook to cover it, I take the rook with the queen. I'm not going to pre-move it, obviously, because you don't know which one he's going to do of the two. Okay, just got to stay on point with time, because clearly this is what it should come down to. But because I completely got triggered by the knight. But I'm still not going to let that stop me. Like, I can't stop myself from getting triggered by the knight, but I can stop that from costing me the game. Costing me the game. Go ahead, mate me with that. I don't know how, I don't know what, but just do it. So we go ahead, we give a check or something. Or, again, you could just liquidate and try to trade shit off. So what is he actually going to do? I have no idea. I actually can't even predict this next move. I'd love to give a check, but you actually can't. That's the problem. Just do it here. Just do it here. He can't actually give me a check, though. He can, like, take there. I'd be very happy just giving a check. That would be perfectly fine, because then it creates all kind of thing for him. All kind of problem for him. You're threatening that one knight, but he's probably going to move it. He might take the pawn on h whatever with the thing h3. Just let me do it, bro. You go here, then you give another check, then you give another check. Just keep giving non-stop checks to be fine. There's nothing his pieces can really do to get in the way of the checks either. Right, so you just got to stay on top of the time, stay on top of the clock. Okay. Now he gives a check there, which is actually a mate, I think, but he can't actually move it, I guess, is the point. fine. It's fine. Just fine. Just fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just do whatever you want, man. I don't know. I don't know. Just forget it, man. Like, can we just get this one over with? I don't care what the outcome is. Just please. I don't care anymore. Just leave it. He checks. I can move it somewhere. I can't predict my moves. That's the problem that I'm having here. I can't do it. All right. All right. It's fine. I mean, we went on a little good streak there, and it's fine. I mean, if this is what I'm gonna be doing, like, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, it really, the knight is a piece that really has proven its uselessness so many times. Like, not even that it's useless is not enough of a word. It's like what it does is so counterproductive. It's gonna try to hinder you. It's gonna try to stop you. It's just hard to explain. It's always the piece that fucks you up. Like, I just can't even believe it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Now, where am I supposed to go with it? Ah, yes, of course. You're just supposed to leave it out to die and just do it. Or you could have, again, just because I'm worried about like the double stack trade sort of scenario. Now you are, wait, you are supposed to go there, but then, okay. Wait, all this is actually correct. And then I just try to do it as if for a trade or whatever. But see, you're still not losing, and most of the way here, you're also not losing. I just kind of get tilted by it. But then I sort of recover, but then I don't know. Like, he somehow lets me promote here, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You're actually not even supposed to try to take it. You're just supposed to take that. So I'd love to see what I was supposed to do here. I mean, aside from doing that. Yeah, see, even it's kind of saying, it's almost like it's aware of the time issue. But it's the fact that, you know, like, oh, just trade down. You know what I mean? Just trade down for the thing. And that would have been perfectly fine. Like, that is upsetting, so that breaks my streak. Like, if you lose like that, you know, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm good with that. Because there's nothing I can say about that. Like, there were still so many opportunities in there, like, whatever, man. And this is where we run the risk of obviously going on a bad streak, but again, even if you escape with a draw, like that's the perfect rationalization that you just take there, and then everything is fine. Even if you couldn't take that, right? But obviously we're low on time, 6 seconds left, like, it's okay, dude. So let me do this just so I know also what the thing is. The background is supposed to be like you skip one, and if you skip one, right, we should be on this one. And then we'll do the other ones here where we basically get to Custom, Meridia, and Ocean is what we were on. So we got to go to the next one. Custom, Meridia. Dark theme, no. Frost pizza. Oh, this one was pretty cool. I remember saying that. The problem is that the colors are a little bit too similar almost with respect to... So that must have obviously been my best streak so far. And it's not... But then again, it was sort of split between two different sets somehow because of the... But whatever, still. Frost pieces, and then the Ocean was the other one. Old BW, which I assume must be correct because obviously we're using purple. Let's go ahead and do like one more. And it's okay. Like, we've at least stabilized, gotten back to where we were. But this is also how you go on bad streaks because that's just so triggering of an outcome that now I don't know what to make of it anymore. This is a beautiful set, but the coloration is too similar, right? Like, yes, one's darker than the other, but it's a little bit still confusing. I think we go like this here. which makes it seem like I actually know theory to some extent, but I really don't. You don't do this just because he'll obviously take there and fuck up your whole castle and stuff. But this raises the question as to what to do with this, because how exactly does the whole thing make sense with respect to the dark square bishop, right? Like how are both bishops going to be effective here? And I don't really know the answer to that. Now he's going to do this. That's actually kind of doing me a favor, because like I said, I'm questioning the usability of the bishop itself. And rather, he would have just preferred to pin that, you would think would have actually been okay. Right, so now you basically get to bring this out here. You kind of want to make a structure like that, perhaps, even though that's really slow and just stupid. Kind of pay attention to the whole thing the whole way. This is a good enough pawn structure as what you're going to expect to get given this position, so I can't really complain about it. And so he goes there and I can't take it, but it's going to ultimately undouble my pawns, I think is the whole point. That's actually not so bad, because of the simple fact that he would take, I would take, and the only problem is, of course, as usual, on schedule, that the knight gets in the way in some manner, which is utterly not surprising, really, at all. But maybe his better move is to just even keep going. Okay. Now you're double attacking there, but it doesn't actually matter too much. Now that opens a strong diagonal for him in the context of the capability to actually use the light square bishop, right? But again, the knight wanted to get in the way, so I have nothing to say about that, really. That's actually not so bad, because you ultimately get to, you have the rooks and all this cover on the back rank, so I don't immediately see at least what that does for you. This one's still pinned down to the queen, so I don't really want to do anything with that. I don't mind going here, and you have more than adequate cover with which to do it. Or rather, we could even take this one, so he's going to fuck around with the knight again, and it's going to end up there, I bet. That'll be a fun outcome for me here. You have your own little light square bishop that maybe I could have already taken in some capacity. Maybe I could still take in some way. But I'm a little bit scared about the implications. Here he's going to go like that. He's going to push this like that. You could take there, but then you'll take with the queen is the whole problem with that situation too. So, I don't know. You could almost go here. This is like a bait trade moment. That's probably not very good, but it's a bait trade because if you have the knight cover, I don't know. Not exactly the most inspired sort of move. And of course, if you move the queen away altogether, I could take, and then, but I could have done that maybe in the first place. I could take the rook with the thing, with the bishop, right? Because he'll open that up to the long diagonal there, which he might forget about. I would take, okay, so you can just do it. Never mind the fact that you have the queen cover. That's not even really the pertinent point about this, right? It's just the simple fact that if you take, I still take. That shouldn't really have much of a relevance here, like just, I don't know. Just, oh wait, what? Well, you have this. You could actually even do it. Like, I do this, then you do this, then I do this and check. But he'll, like, take there, then I take, then he takes. Okay, we're feeling adventurous with the knight, so let's just do it. He takes there, I take, he still takes, I still take. If he takes a knight, so he'll take there. Then I take, then he takes, but then I still take. Now that didn't exactly work how I thought it would, and so I'm not too happy about that, but it's okay. It still should be okay. So if you take the pawn, we trade, and then I end up probably getting a thing at the end. So he's still getting forked in such a way that he's able to basically not only lose this, but lose it seemingly for free. But of course, it is the knight, so it's going to be, you're still going to get it back, obviously. That's just the way the knight works as a piece, basically. But it's still okay because we got it at a good discount rate. And so now we get to basically, you know, you'd like to trade off. I'm taking a little bit too long. Not exactly sure what to do with this pawn structure, I'll admit. And I'm not really sure what to do overall either. He's going to try to create some sort of thing with the double diagonal here, I suppose. You could try to threaten this, so at least he has something to think about. So we create a double diagonal here and try to mate me there. Simple pawn push could suffice. He takes the stupid ass knight. I mean, again, it still ended up yielding some results, but I'm sure it fucked up many times over. Or he's being like simply too slow with the act of doing it though, so it's not gonna stop him from doing it, but I don't know what's really happening, but you'd still be threatening to take this then. So like I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he takes there, we're still +3. He takes with the queen, I take. If he takes with the rook, I still take. I mean, he could have just taken in the first place. Like, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal, but you can check here, which doesn't actually do a whole lot. Now you'd actually be, okay, dude. You could take and cover it too for the price of one, but obviously not. This one somehow seems better, but then he could still take, but then I could still take. But only as long as I keep that there. So for the sake of the pawn, we're going to let him slip in there somehow, right? He'll just go and I'd have to keep my queen sort of dedicated to that no matter what. So this one requires him to go there. This one requires me to stay there so he can't take. But I can always cover that with something else too, so it has a certain relevancy to it nonetheless. Right, cover it with a rook or something, and then you don't even have to worry about it. The one thing that we keep forgetting about is actually that the bishop is even on the board because we kind of fucked up the whole structure here. He can move his bishop and take this. I can't take this because, like I said, he'll take there. So whatever's gonna happen, like just take the knight, dude, and get it over with, please. Like, don't give some sort of false hope that, oh, we're gonna somehow save it or something. Or I guess not, though, because if I take here and he takes there, then I take there. So he has to address the take first. He has to address the threat, you know, on the queen first. That's perfectly fine with me as well. You can't do that now. He's going to push it there aggressively for now. So what we can do is we can basically... Turn it basically into a passed pawn at that stage, you would think. Because if he pushes, I'm not going to take, and then if he tries to attack it, I can just cover it, and I can just do the check take as soon as that's not there. So that knight could be a little concerning for sure. Fucking time. I hate it. He's threatening there. I don't know. I don't know. You can take the other one, like, I don't know, dude. He goes there, and I see that, but what does it really do? I don't understand. I don't get it. He keeps going, and then... Oh, it stops me from continuing to go, I guess. If he goes, I take the stupid knight. And if he doesn't, then I suppose that I don't know what I do. I can threaten this a little bit. I want to incorporate the lights for bishop, because even though I'm up +4, it's basically like I'm not, because this isn't really doing anything right now. So there's nowhere that the knight can go that seems to be too good. I'm going to vacate the back rank, and I'm probably going to regret it, but it's okay, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. He takes there, I can still take. I don't see any potentially good move that the knight can do. And so now, if you go here, I can keep going. I kind of want to do this just to be able to trade, but he's not letting me. So in my lust to do that, it's going to take fucking forever to actually do anything here. He can't go there because of the fork, because of the pawn. You can't go there, can't go there. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Like, there's nothing, there's nothing. Try to trade, just try to trade. That's it, dude, I'm done. Enough with the dicking around, just trade the fucking things off and get it over with. How did he even know what's happening with that? He's attacking the one, he's attacking the one. It's perfectly fine. Push it to here, you can raise, you can take, you can do whatever you want. There's a particular move that I have in mind that I've had in mind for like a century here, and it would be a cute idea where I basically get to do this thing called trading a piece, which I guess I just was able to do, but I'm getting kind of upset right now. So you're covering there, and you'd like to promote. The knight's going to do something a little bit fucked up, but there's nothing I can really do about it either. Let's just keep going and see if he can address it, because he seems totally uninterested just in doing anything. Just keep moving back and forth. Fuck you. Like, just whatever, bro. So my rook is right there, and so you basically get to do this. Okay, okay. Okay, bro. Okay, dude. Okay, 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 okay. He would take, I would take, and this is where the knight, even though like, oh, haha, you take this, take, but then you take, but then you can't because you do that. Is it just me, or is this like completely fucking stupid? Because it seems pretty stupid to me, but I don't know what's happening. So you go there, I give a whole bunch of checks, like, I've had enough, bro. 48 seconds left. Like, one thing you can give these people credit for is they're definitely faster than me, and at times substantially faster. And I'm not too happy about it, but there's nothing I can really do. You can't go there either. Like, just forget it, man. Like, we'll try to push this, and he's gonna do something as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's still gonna do something. He's still gonna do something. I hate this. I hate it. Can you please just trade a piece, dude? Please. Please, just let me trade the rook, bruh. he'll check there, and it's a mate. I think probably. It's probably still a mate. Like, you can have it. I give up. I can't play anymore. I went on a little good streak. Let's just stop for now. I'm just tilted by the whole nature of the game because just something about it just isn't doing it for me anymore. But you can still do it. Just do whatever you want. I don't care. Bro. Are you fucking serious? Just do it. Motherfucking piece of shit. I'm so mad right. I'm actually fucking enraged right now. Like, I don't care. I don't care, dude. So fucking annoying. This fucking piece of shit, motherfucker. Just fuck you. Fucking god damn it, man. Fuck it. Oh my god. Done. I'm done with Rapid. I'm not playing Rapid anymore. You outplay them, you're better, you do everything right, and you lose on the clock. Like what is that, bro? And you might say, oh, well, then you should be faster. But you don't realize that part of the reason why you're doing well is because you're taking your time. So what does that prove? What does it prove, dude? What does that prove for him in any way in his life? Like, it does nothing. It proves nothing. He played the wrong way, but faster, so you can get away with it. Like, are you stupid? Like, are you joking right now? This is why, like, people treat the game the wrong way in multiple senses. Both speed doesn't matter, and both, So now what was I worried about here that I did this for instead? I just do like a cheeky threat on the queen. You could have taken there, forked it. But I mean, you could have basically done anything, and you're winning the whole way. Like, that's what you realize. It's impossible to actually beat me in the game. The reason why it's impossible to beat me in the game is because of the simple fact that why are you even losing here? It seems fine, isn't it? You get the knight, but I don't get the bishop, I guess. But you always win because of time, so that's fine. Like, I accept it. I accept my fate because it's just stupid. Like, what is it that you're supposed to do here? Because I don't know. Like, I kind of want to know, but I just don't know. That's the thing. Like, I don't get it, bro. Like, just... I keep pushing. You know, that move is technically okay. It's just... Like, are you serious sometimes with this game? Like, I don't even know what you're supposed to be trying to do anymore. Yeah, go ahead, study this one, bro. Study how good you did because you really... It's just garbage because, like, you, in other words, play the wrong way, do the wrong thing, and that'll do it for you.